Hello, hello. Welcome in, everyone. And thank you for coming to episode 12, our season finale of the fifth Trumpet. It has been a grueling journey, punishing and pushing the managers to their limits through the heartbreak, the loss, the lives they saved, and the ones they couldn't. All hopes have rested on their objectives, ones that now seem to be solvable with a single solution. The so-called Golden Bough's power grants the managers the chance they need to help their AI assistant, and perhaps so much more. Dreams of returning home to the facility are high, with but a single challenge standing between them and their target. A big brother of the middle and his nearly impossible entire supermassive party vote. A figure who counted himself as one of Pryor's former associates and students, now years later ascended to the same rank Pryor once held. There's no time to doubt or second-guess themselves. All they've sought for comes together here in one last fight for what they need. The four find themselves out on the Great Lake, at last with their objective and final destination before them. Below deck, a little brother rests, the last survivor of a mermaid attack. Freed from his distortion by the managers, they were too late to save Brad, Bee, Anya, and the others. And so, managers, why don't you introduce yourselves? And how do you feel with the end of your journey within reach? And we'll start with Miix.
Well, hello everybody. I am Miix. I am a Wandering Storm Dragon VTuber, and I play Miix, the department head of the information team. Well, I think... Gosh, how does Miix feel? I think they feel different. In Miix's eyes, don't hold that lingering doubt and resentment that they've kind of always had at the beginning of any new day. They have a resolution almost in their eyes, something they've kind of pondered and pondered until finally they've arrived at an answer. And so I think right now Miix is finally taking their first steps after finding that answer. And we'll see what that answer is and where that leads them moving forward into the game. But for once, Miix does not look like they're at their worst. And for now, that's enough.
And it's good that it is. And Merru, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yes. Hello. So I'm the VTuber Merru Online, and I play the Control Team Department Head Merru. And as for how Meru's feeling, I'd say he's feeling, almost relieved. I mean, these past few weeks have tested more than just his patience. I mean, they've been through so much just to get to this moment. And they only have one more hurdle to get over, it seems. There's no room for failure here, so Merru simply has to make sure they succeed. I mean, it's simple. And then, they can get out of this district, go back to the facility, and that's the thought that's keeping Merru going right now. I mean, he craves the privacy of his bedroom and his office, as well as his daily routine of actually being a department head. But he knows they're not there just yet. But soon they'll be done here. And so he just keeps reminding himself of that. I mean, he'll survive. They'll get out of here. I mean, they have to. So that's what's on Merru's mind.
It's just one last obstacle and one last fight standing in his way of that. And Pryor, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. I am Pryor Year. I am a VTuber, an accountant, and a good friend of Cinna. And today I am playing Big Brother Prior. Former Big Brother Prior, as he has to remind himself these last few days yet again. He has come to understand the weight that leadership has brought yet again on his shoulders. He's been challenged, not just by his comrades, but by the city. And he begins to wonder whether or not he is wanting. Nothing he does seems to last. No good deed goes unpunished. And no sin from his past is too distant to come back to haunt him and all he holds dear. These managers, these friends he's made, can he even call them that? He wants to. He wants to believe that he's changed and these people have changed him, but the chain on his arm is still very comfortable, and he knows today, if he wants to make it out of this alive, if he wants them all to make it out of this alive, it is not enough to be Prior. They need a big brother watching over them, and it is a weight that he bears on his shoulders willingly and with absolute authority. It is the path he must walk.
And as he walks that path, we'll see if it's enough to bring them all back home. As we come to our final manager, Kai, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Kai Calypso, and I play Manager Kai of the safety team. Kai feels like he is running on like autopilot at this point. It's not even exhaustion, it's just almost a routine now of just like internal revelations coming to him day by day, punctuated by seemingly constant combat. He's growing used to the dread that bubbles up at every dark corner, but knowing that it's almost over, the facility would seem a welcome break at this point, and he will continue to do what he has to do to get everyone back there. I think he's just looking forward, you know?
He's so close. They all are so close to being back home. And as you look forward, you can all see the sun dipping down beneath the lake. And managers, you all have a chance to have a final conversation and to do any preparations you need to do before boarding Birgh's party boat.
All right, everyone. This is it. On that boat, there's a big brother. We might have survived fighting a maestro, but we survived her when she was cut off from her allies, fighting us alone, and not even really going for the kill. I can promise you all that Birgh will not be nearly as generous or kind. He was raised in my image, meant one day to inherit a parcel of what I deemed to be my empire. I raised him to be ruthless. I raised him to be sharp. And I mentored him to never, ever, ever permit weakness. He will not try and maim us. He will not try and spare us. There is every possibility that the moment we set foot on that ship, the second we step out of line, he will go for the kill.
Well, if that happens, that's how the cookie crumbles, I guess.
I am glad I am glad you are still able to keep your spirits about you, Miix. You're right. Birgh is going to be the toughest thing we've had to encounter so far. And he'll be all we can hope for is that as far as he is aware, I am no different than the person he once knew. We forestall a fight for as long as we can. We see if we can find an angle of an attack, a way to get our hands on the bow without a fight. And if we can do it, we take it. Understood?
Absolutely.
Right.
All right. No matter what happens, I understand this is a conversation that we have not had yet, and that I'm sure none of you want to have. But Birgh will aim to kill. If any of us go down, we cannot allow fear or panic to overtake us. Birgh may have reason to target me first and the hardest. I don't want any of you playing hero. Do you understand? Preserve your own life. And Pryor looks directly at Kai.
Mm-hmm.
We gain
But
nothing.
also make sure to write your last will.
That's true.
Alrighty.
In the event of my death, all my clerks are entrusted to Kai. All my ego gear goes to Merru, and Miix, you can have my agents.
If I've already written down a will, TLDR, I don't really have a lot of possessions. But you know, I've left everything that I own, and details about that in my notebook. So,
Well, I'm not dying, so simple as.
I asked you to write your will. Did you not do that?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay, I'll write one for
No,
you.
we're not. Now is not the time, Miix.
Kai?
I don't plan on dying, but I've got a box under my bunk.
Mm-hmm.
Burn it.
Burn it. Gotcha. Okay, cool. What a group we make.
It's fine. We can deal with Merru's assets going into probate.
Yeah. We can sort details of any of our deaths later, but I think Pryor's right. Survival is everything, and more than anything, we have a better chance of We have a better chance of surviving if we prioritize ourselves above anything else. So.
All right. Well then, I haven't seen Birgh in years, so I don't have much strategic information to go off of. If any of you can learn anything, every shred of information might be the difference between our heads on pikes or getting home to the facility. I wish you all the best of luck. Prior tightens the chain around his wrist, and as he does, he walks to the center of the ship, picks up one of the chains they pulled off the other boat, and wraps it around his other arm. We all know the rules we have to play.
Yeah, I always thought wearing those chains was wildly uncomfortable.
Oh, it very much is. But you get used to the weight.
I think they look a little gaudy. I'm not gonna wear those.
You don't have to, but word of advice. Don't say that to Birgh. He'll get your name in the book.
I feel like if I said that to any big brother, that would get my name on the book.
Yeah.
You two gonna put them on though? And Miix looks over at Kai and Merru.
Of course I'm not.
I did not wear chains like that at any point. Even when I was associated with the middle, it would feel out of character almost if I were to now.
No, I get that.
Mm.
That's fair.
None of you are members. You're not expected to wear the chains. Just being with me will be enough, don't worry.
Good.
Fair enough. What are you gonna say? And Miix looks over at Merru.
What?
Were you gonna say something?
No, I just said good, that I don't have to wear it.
No, that's real.
Speaking of people who wear chains, though, let's get Brendan up on deck. I imagine he should be the first aboard.
Ooh.
He's probably
Yeah.
going to want to deliver the news about what happened.
Poor guy.
This will be the last time I'm able to express sympathy about it.
Yeah, and then you gotta go big brother mode.
Prior goes and he pounds on the sort of side of the stairwell leading down to the lower deck where he knows Brendan and the bodies are.
At the noise, you hear the sound of the door opening, and you see the little brother. You hear him before you see him, I imagine, as he comes up the stairs, and he goes, can I help all of you? Big brother, do you need something?
End of the road, Brendan. And he makes a gesture towards the ship that I imagine is now rapidly approaching.
His eyes widen, and there's the smallest hint still of excitement as you imagine he really was looking forward to this party. Before he kind of looks down and he just says, I wish all of them could be here too. But I'm fine. I'm a little brother of the middle, and I gotta keep moving on for my siblings.
Don't you forget that.
He nods his head.
I trust you'll be able to handle making sure that that's taken care of. I will deliver the news to the big brother myself.
Oh, I'll make sure. I wouldn't want to leave them here anyway. They deserve to be back with their family.
I leave it in your hands.
He gives you a nod. And you can tell he seems almost relieved at the assertion, too, that you'll handle informing the big brother.
Prior steps up the stairs, and he turns back to look at the managers one last time before he heads into the wheel.
I don't think Merru will say anything, but he'll give Prior a little nod.
Same from Kai. He understands the part that he has to play and the part that Prior has to play in all of this.
Miix looks out into the horizon for a bit and just nods.
Prior steps inside, blasts the horn to alert the other ship that they're coming in to dock, and begins to maneuver them into position.
And as you all get into position and prepare to board, or rather join, the boat, we'll take a quick moment to see what's happening back on U Corp's beach, where you last left a certain K Corp researcher in the beach resort there. And I have a certain little routine I've turned back on for all of you. Yuna is tinkering with a certain little drone. They take a deep breath, sigh, and glance out the window of the RV at the rapidly darkening sky out over the beach. It's been agonizing, just sitting here, waiting, hoping that Boss and the rest would come back in one piece. And as Yuna's thinking this, the little drone splits out of their hands and starts doing little tricks. As Yuna's like, really, Pascal? Right now? Listen, if something happens to them, I won't have anywhere to go, and I'm basically fucked. So... And the drone just beeps as it spins about and looks back at them, the green light flickering. No, you're right. I need to trust in them. Just come back soon, managers. And managers. The ship that you have boarded, if it can be called that, is massive. You all can hear dance music pumped through huge speakers in all corners of the ship. And purple party balloons, strings, and streamers are everywhere, tied to chairs and dangling from above. The deck is littered in confetti, and there are huge cannons repurposed to pump out the colorful bits of paper. Each mast is wrapped in heavy gold chains, and there's a beautiful big cake laid out on a grand table, underneath which is a banner that reads, "Happy Birthday, Birgh." There are crowds upon crowds of little siblings here, but one man stands out in the crowd of them, lounging on a sun chair turned throne, a bottle of sloshing green liquid in his hand, and sunglasses covering his eyes. His body is covered from head to toe in inky black tattoos, his chest exposed and wrapped in those same gold chains tied about the masks, and a pair of swim shorts on. There's a smile on his face, and raucous laughter fills the air about him. And it doesn't seem like he's noticed any of you. Yet, at least. What do you all do?
As Pryor climbs his way onto the deck, he gives Brendan a little tiny, shake of his head to one side as sort of a go. You're back where you need to be.
Brendan nods and goes at once, slipping into the crowd. You imagine going to fetch more of his little siblings to help with the bodies.
Pryor lets out one deep sigh, and there's a audible crack as he pulls his shoulders back, and you swear he finds an extra quarter of an inch somewhere in his compressed spine as he stands even taller. His footsteps seem heavier, and as he crosses the deck, his eyes grow hard. He does not wait for others to get out of his way. He steps and clears a path through the sea of people for all of you to follow behind him.
And do you all follow?
Absolutely.
I was like, I feel like we look like, I don't even, ducklings.
You all, I imagine, as Pryor starts walking through the crowd, at first, there are some little siblings who all sort of turn and start to yell at, "Hey," and then see those chains, see the look on his face, and instantly move out of the path. And at this point, all eyes have turned on the four of you, incredibly out of place at this party. And the man on the throne, you see his smile drop the moment he sees you. As Big Brother Birgh rises to his full height and stands from the throne. Merru, Miix, Kai. This man is big, taller than all of you. Not as tall as Pryor, even as he puffs himself up and tries to make himself as big as possible. But he almost reaches your fellow manager's height. And he's pure muscle, huge compared to Pryor.
It seems, Birgh, that congratulations for your new station are in order. I didn't expect you to be a big brother when I came back from my break.
Birgh, for a moment, you can't see his gaze beneath those sunglasses, but you can hear the chains start to rattle for a moment, and then he finally goes, I thought you'd finally kicked it, old man. You know, it pissed me off when I heard someone was going around using your name. Because the stories I heard, he pauses and shakes his head, a scowl on his face, and Prior, you remember that unfortunate night in J Corp's casino. But no, I made it. I'm a big brother now, and that's Big Brother Birgh to you.
I'm sorry, Birgh, I think you might have misspoke there for a moment. You are a big brother now. But is that really the title you want to force me to use? I mean, Birgh, I thought we were a little closer than family. I thought you understood. Our titles might be the same. But there's a reason I never even called you my little brother, wasn't there? The connection between us could not be described as something so close, something so equal to each other.
His face twists at that as the chains start to rattle again, and his entire body shakes. And Prior, you remember a tiny child bristling in anger, known for outbursts, draped in chains too big for his body, and how he used to shake just like this. As he tightens...
All those augments, and they still couldn't fix your tremor, could they? Fear, I told you, burrows beneath the skin, Birgh. How many times did I remove yours trying to find it? Did you ever manage to pull out the roots?
I'm not afraid of you, old man.
Birgh! Why would you be afraid of me? Is it that you still want to fight me?
What, is that why you're here?
I'm here because I heard one of my former pupils was throwing a party. And there were some awful rumors floating around about me being gone for good, and, well, I just want to make sure you weren't one of the ones spreading it. You didn't think I was dead for good, did you, Birgh?
I mean, I had a feeling that it'd take something. It'd take more than that to put you down. So I didn't think you were.
I didn't think you were? Were you sure? Or were you not, Birgh? It's a very simple question.
I'm sure. I was sure.
Good. Then you remember where your place is. Congratulations on your promotion, Big Brother Birgh. I hope, over the course of this party, you'll be able to actually convince me you've earned this title. I will be watching you very closely to make sure of that. I would hate for a member of the Middle to be a disappointment, and I would hate to find that in the absence of my presence, you have not managed to improve beyond what I thought you were when I left.
I've gotten a lot stronger than I was back then.
Let's hope you don't irritate me enough that you'll have to prove that. I brought my associates with me. You remember Kai, don't you, Birgh?
At the sight of Kai, you see there's a twitch on his face, and one of his hands once again curls into a fist, and he just takes a deep breath and says, "Yeah, I remember Kai."
Kai has been, as always, instrumental in my aid, and of course I would expect you to treat him with every respect that you treated him back then. As well, I'd like to introduce you to my other two new associates. And he gestures for Miix and Merru to speak themselves.
I don't think Merru verbally introduces himself. His plan here is to speak as little as possible. But he does cross his arms and, as sternly as he can, nod their way.
Birgh barely glances at Merru, and you can feel the glare behind the sunglasses before he looks to Miix.
Miix just gives a smile. Moves their hip a certain way and winks. With a little wave.
Birgh sees that, looks a bit baffled almost, and then just looks back at Prior.
Right, well. I do. Prior stops what he's saying, closes his mouth, and tilts his head, his eyes burrowing all 5 of them into Birgh.
Birgh seems to freeze up the moment that he realizes he's interrupted Prior, and that Prior has. But then he lunges for, well, not like physically lunges forward, but lunges forward and just says, "Your associates clearly don't know any concept of introductions."
They're with me, Birgh. Do you think they need any more introduction than that? Do you think I surround myself with people who are not competent? I'll ask you a simpler question. Why, Birgh, did I have to hunt you down on a boat filled with little siblings in the middle of L Corp For what purpose did you think that a party here with this many people, this far away from anything actually useful, would be a good idea?
I didn't realize you were hunting me down. You were the one who just left.
I thought my work was done. I figured I could be made more useful elsewhere. I come back from my personal business only to find that it seems, as I suspected, no one could do what I did in my absence.
Well, I have my own boat here now.
As I can see.
So what does it matter to you where I went or what I'm doing then?
I just thought. Well, I shouldn't have expected you to protect the web. That was too much to ask of you.
Well, if you're worried about the web, Percy's been handling it back there.
I'm glad I could count on someone then. Now then, what again is the purpose of this music and all these gifts?
It's my birthday.
Are you sure?
He kind of just, his mouth opens at that for a second, like in surprise. And then he just clenches his fist and goes, yes, of course I know when my birthday is.
Really? 'Cause you didn't when I first met you. I remember that much at least. Why today, Birgh?
You don't know what today is?
I can give you the numerical date and the year.
It was the day, it's my birthday because it was the day I was brought into the middle, okay? So that means it's my birthday and I can celebrate it today.
Oh. Right, today was the day I plucked you off the dance floor, wasn't it? I didn't bother to remember it. Well. Even with a perfect memory, I only have enough room in my head for the things that are actually special. Come, let's go get some food, everyone. And Pryor just turns his back fully on Birgh. And the second that he does, Pryor's face breaks out into a sweat that he just effortlessly wipes off of his brow with a gesture as he sort of does a little wrist motion with his hand. Let's scatter. Come on. It's a party. We should enjoy ourselves. Birgh's already gone to all the work to arrange it, so... Well... If it's happening today, we might as well take advantage of it.
I didn't invite you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Birgh. After all I've done for you, am I not on the guest list?
I mean, I guess I could make an exception in your case.
That's what family does for each other.
If you think that Pryor is the only threat here, or the only person worth bringing onto the ship, I think you're sorely mistaken. You know, you'll have to worry about all of us if you don't let us stay, Birgh.
Birgh hears you speak, Kai, and you can feel that seething glare behind his glasses. Before he just kind of waves a hand and says, "Fine, go, enjoy yourselves then."
Wonderful, Birgh. I'm glad, if nothing else, you learned to pick your battles a little better than you used to. Oh, yes, and your little siblings. Brendan was returned safely, the rest of them are dead.
What?
Yes. Unfortunately, I tasked them with a rather simple mission. They were unable to complete it and unfortunately perished against the mermaids.
You...
It's all in the Book of Vengeance. Talk to... Well... You can talk to the one I was able to rescue. And you're welcome. I had to go out of my way to do it too.
The chains start rattling as you see him bristle, and he looks for a moment as if he's about to throw a punch at you, before he seems to remember where you both are. I need another drink. You hear him grumble under his breath.
Pryor lowers his voice so just Birgh hears. We are both big brothers, Birgh. You throw the first punch against me, and I don't even need to lift a finger against you. To attack a member of your own family, all these little siblings will be mine to command. So remember yourself. And enjoy your drink. And Pryor will walk off.
Do the three of you decide to follow after him? Do you all decide to disperse? There's currently a big brother shaking in anger, very close to the three of you.
Can Kai poke the bear a little bit?
Oh, absolutely.
Kai will smile at Birgh like he's talking to someone that he doesn't have much patience for, but, you know, he's maintaining his composure for the sake of their objective. And he says, be rational. It's a party. You can't handle a couple more guests? And then he'll wander off to wherever some of the partygoers are to scope out the area.
Miix, do you say anything to him, or do you decide to wander off into the crowd?
Miix digs into their pockets and pulls out their cigarettes, puts one in their mouth and lights it. And they turn to Merru and say, if you need me, I don't know, I'll be around. Try not to have too much fun.
You too.
And Merru.
Yes. Merru, again, doesn't really say much. He just kind of... His visible, prosthetic eye narrows a little at Birgh, but he turns around and walks away as well.
And as you all disperse, the little siblings who were watching this altercation have all been quiet up to now, and Birgh just kind of rounds on them and then just kind of snaps like, nothing's wrong. We just have some extra guests. Go back to partying. And they all nod and do so. And Merru.
Yes.
What are you up to at the party?
Merru, he's kind of just... Again, like I said before, his plan for this, in order to keep his promise to Prior from before, is that he is not going to say anything he doesn't have to say. That is the plan. So he has decided to not really mingle or anything like that. He's probably over near the guardrail of the boat, just kind of keeping watch. That's honestly really all he's up to right now.
Absolutely. Merru, your prosthetics sense danger, don't they?
They typically do, but perhaps now more than usual.
You can feel someone's gaze on you.
All right.
Do you look around?
Absolutely, yeah.
You see the big brother, Birgh, walking towards you.
All right. I think when Merru notices Birgh, he will try to casually turn around so he's looking out on the horizon instead, so he doesn't have to look at Birgh.
Hey! You hear him call out to you, and you can hear those chains sort of rattling. You. Don't ignore me.
Merru tries his best to ignore Birgh.
You're from District 23, aren't you?
Interesting. At that, Merru will briefly give Birgh a little side glance, he's a little confused as he just goes, yeah? Why?
I didn't recognize you at first when the old man was talking, but you're Merru, right? Vienna's brother? And at this point, Birgh's practically looming over you, Merru. He's come up so close and is right in your face.
Well, that gets Merru's attention. And I think he finally properly looks at Birgh. I mean, he, like I said, had been hoping to avoid conversation. So he's honestly a bit nervous to be interacting one-on-one with anyone, especially the person he was hoping to avoid the most. But of course, I mean, he doesn't let that show on the little bit of face of his that's visible. And really, he just hopes that whatever this interaction will be quick. But he does nod and go, yes, that's me.
When you look at him, you see that he still has anger on his face. But you can see that with you in particular, he looks more curious as he says, I knew it. I knew that hair color couldn't be a coincidence. Though why you're palling around with the old man, I don't know.
Merru will blink a few times at that, and this was not what he was expecting. I think he's a bit awkward as he just replies, do I know you?
Ah, shit, right. I mean, I'm glad you don't recognize me, but... And you hear in unclick, as he takes out his book of vengeance and holds it up. And you can see dangling from it is this really old, beat-up looking plush bird keychain that resembles a pigeon with one wing torn. Remember now?
For a few seconds, Merru does not remember. He honestly has no clue what this guy is talking about, and he actually opens his mouth to say so before he gets like this flash of a memory that hits him. And it's been a while since he's thought about this, but when he was a bit younger, there was a period of time where he ran some would call it a side hustle, but Vienna and a couple of other people in his life would call it, he tries to remember what exactly they said specifically, but then it's like he can vaguely hear like Vienna's voice in his head calling his past business venture of his a scam for those poor little kids who just want something to make them happy. Because there are these old claw machines outside of some stores where he was from, and one of the ways that he and the people he hung around used to make some on was by he was taught how to steal the prizes from the claw machines, and then they'd go around throughout the neighborhoods to sell the toys to little kids for as much on as they could get from them, and sometimes it was barely anything. But Merru, he knew some people who were much better salespeople than he ever was, and they were able to convince the kids to give them as much on from wherever they could find it, in exchange for cheap little plushies or keychains. Now, morally, it was dubious, but Merru didn't think it was that bad. I mean, they'd waste their money using the claw machines anyway, so how bad was it really? Merru had just never expected to see any of those little kids again, and especially none who still had any of those toys he sold to them. And I think it's so shocking that Merru was taken out of his mental plan entirely, and he even pulls down his mask and says, "Wait, there's no way. Were you that little? No way. That shaky little kid from a couple neighborhoods down? That's you?"
He kind of runs forward and like shushes Merru at once when he starts saying that.
Merru naturally, with his reflexes, hops backwards, and he just goes, I haven't seen you since you were like, and he does this little like horizontal like waving hand motion around his chest height and goes like this tall. You were like this tall the last time I saw you, right? That's you?
He looks embarrassed at that and is just kind of like, well, yeah, it was you and your little friends are the reason I have this.
Right.
And you
Yeah, no,
kinda-
I remember. I just Merru, he's just completely incredulous right now. This was the absolute last thing he was expecting to ever have a conversation about, let alone here of all places. And he just goes, How did you go from that to, then he does like a vague gesture, he goes, to this? I mean, you look completely different.
He grins at that and kind of seems to puff up a bit and says, well, I'm nothing like that little kid was back then. I mean, the old man's unfortunately right about one thing, and that's that I have him to thank for being where I am now. He put me through hell, but it made me go from that pathetic kid on the back streets into this. And he kind of like gestures to himself, standing at his full height, and says, he found me. The web. You remember the web, right?
Yes.
Club back in District 23. Well, I used to hide out there at night sometimes to avoid the sweepers. And during one of his game nights, he picked me out, gave me my name, and trained me to become stronger than I was before. Some
I
iceberg
see.
game. And you can tell, like, as he's talking, despite the fact earlier he looked as if he was about to start a fight with fire, despite how angry he was, as he's talking about all this, he seems strangely excited, almost like too excited about this fact, as he says, look, it doesn't matter who I was back then or what I was like back then. Now I got my own boat, my own bow, my own title, and my own little siblings. I'm not the little sibling anymore. I'm the one in charge. I'm the one with my own place and my own rules, and everyone can be safe here, and no one has to starve. And you can see his eyes. You can't see his eyes beneath the sunglasses, but you can see his head turn over to that cake. And he almost seems to start to salivate, and for a moment you see that little malnourished kid you knew back then. I never had something like this before. Dad. He seems to catch himself as his face flushes, embarrassed, and he just goes, Prior always had such big cakes and celebrations and parties for himself he'd hold back in the web. And I never had one of my own before, but now I do, and he's not going to ruin this for me.
Right. Merru, he kind of raises an eyebrow, but he doesn't mention Birgh's change in attitude. And he just goes, well, I'm glad a kid like you was able to make it through. Honestly, I thought you got taken by the sweepers or something, so glad you made it.
Maybe that little kid was, but I'm not so weak that I'd get taken by some sweepers.
Right.
And I did make it. I did make it now. And, you know, I gotta say, I didn't expect to see you here either. You know this little thing here? And he kind of points to the little plush real quick, hanging from the book. I had to keep him hidden before. Back when I was in the web. The old man found him once, and he looks as if he was about to start sharing something, but then stops. And you can't see behind the sunglasses, but you can feel his gaze darken before he shakes his head and goes, anyways, Doc got him back for me and patched him back together for me. She was always good at doing that. Patching people up, I mean. You know Doc, right? He kind of looks to see if you have a reaction to that name.
I think Merru, he'll try to nonchalantly shrug and go, I've heard. Yes.
Yeah, I figured if you're Vienna's brother, I imagine you would have. But doesn't matter. The point is, what I was trying to say is that I can do whatever I want now because he's not here. His eyes kind of dart around as you see his head look to see if Pyre's anywhere nearby. Remembering the man he's talking about is very much on his ship because this is my boat, not his, and he has no power here. I do. And like you said, I'm like this now. I'm here, and I've made it here, and I've made it.
Right.
So, did you do it? Did you make it too?
I think Merru, he had at some point gone back out to looking over the horizon, trying to, casually make sure his seasickness stays at bay. But he furrows his brows and he just goes, do what?
Do you ever become a fixer? I mean, you and your group promised us kids on the block that you'd make it big one day. I mean, I never cared much for fixers, really. It never felt like they actually did much to protect any of us. But, I figured at least you and your group would.
When Birgh asks that question, I think the weight of it, the sudden weight of it, it hits Merru pretty hard. His eyes widen and his visible prosthetic glitches a bit, and he isn't sure what to say initially, but he finds himself slightly shaking his head without really meaning to, and he mumbles something under his breath before clearing his throat and taking a much more shakier breath and just goes, no, we didn't, never will either. That dream's long dead.
Birgh's quiet for a moment, as if he seems to kind of realize the implication there, and he just goes, damn, I was rooting for you all. Sorry.
And now Merru, he remembers those little kids on the streets more. Kids who were just like how Birgh used to be. I mean, he wonders how many of them even made it to adulthood like Birgh did. I mean, but he can't really think about that right now. So instead, he forces himself to talk, and he says, "Right, I never meant to let you kids down. It wasn't my fault, honest. Wasn't my fault what happened to your friends either, for the record. Brad and them, they actually reminded me a lot of my old pack. So."
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think as there's a bit of a silence that grows, Merru, his eyes narrow and his prosthetic hand squeezes into a fist, and he just sighs and goes, "Fuck. I could use a drink right now. Thinking about this sucks."
I was gonna grab another one anyway, so I can grab you one too.
You know what? Sure. Why not? Okay.
And Birgh leaves for a moment, leaving you alone, Merru, with your thoughts.
Yeah, no, Merru, he eventually releases his prosthetic hand from the fist that he had had, and I think it's this moment when, you know, Merru is now alone again, even if only briefly, where I think he actually becomes more aware of, you know, his like personhood, his humanity, you know, than I think he even has in years. I mean, this is the first time he's really properly talked about this in so long. And I think Merru's recognized that like flicker of a feeling in his chest here and there while on this trip, because of the other managers. But now that he's having to outwardly talk about like what and who he's lost to, I mean, he's kind of been hit head on with the person he used to be. And Merru, as he realizes this, he also realizes that he absolutely hates it. And he sighs harshly and frowns down at the waves below, and kind of wonders like how long has it even been since he, you know, was that person who he used to be. This really wasn't the kind of thing he was planning on dealing with today or ever again, really, but here he is, I guess. And that's kind of what he's mulling over as he waits.
Hey. Birgh returns with 2 glasses and offers one to Merru.
Merru startled out of his thoughts when Birgh appears again, and he stares almost like through Birgh for a second, but he takes the drink all the same, but does not initially go to take an actual drink from it.
Cheers to the city. Let's pour one out for the ones we've lost, Birgh says. And then Merru, he goes to clink his glass against yours, and then completely downs his drink.
Yeah, no, Merru, he didn't go to move to also clink his glass, but after a moment, he'll look away and just go, thanks, and will not completely down his drink, but he'll, you know, take a sip of it.
So, you hated the middle. At least I thought you did. And you can see him kind of lower his voice here and look around as if he realizes maybe he shouldn't be saying this out loud aboard a party boat of the middle. I know you and your little pack were always messing with that butcher your sister hangs around, but when she's not sneaking off with her girlfriend behind his back, despite the fact he was associated with us. Birgh corrects himself, and it's clear his distaste for the butchers is not hidden from the way he grits his teeth and his fists clenched. So, how'd you end up with him?
For a brief moment, Merru's eyes widen, but he blinks because he can't show that kind of emotion. He does not know what Birgh meant by girlfriend. He supposes he'll have to ask about that later once he eventually finds Vienna, but he takes a breath, thinks of mindfulness, and then realizes just how caught up he had gotten in the conversation that he had completely forgotten his objective. And he's a bit frustrated and grits his teeth. This is exactly why he tries not to think about things like this. But, I mean, he was directly asked about Prior, and mentally, Merru will scramble to think of what to say, and will go, I guess, and he turns his head back to look at the party behind them, kind of searching for Prior among the partygoers, and when he, I think when he speaks again, his gaze and his voice are unintentionally a little softer, as he briefly thinks about everything that's happened during this mission of theirs, and he just goes like, guess I had a change of heart, I suppose. But then he catches himself, and sharply turns his head back out to stare at the dark horizon, because that was not the way he was supposed to say that, and he goes, I mean, we're, business partners of sorts, I guess you could say. I work with him sometimes.
Business partners? What kind of work are you even talking about?
Merru didn't, he didn't think through this part either. So he just tries to come up with some office jargon that he remembers the other managers using throughout this time in the facility. And he just goes, it's confidential. I'm sure you know that Prior is a very private person. And the work we do together is, well, I guess that I have a skill set outside of his area of expertise. And I've gained his respect because of it. He's always respected those who can do their jobs well, and if there's one thing I can do now, it's, do my job. But the specifics of what I do aren't important, really.
He hears you say that, and you can see his face twist a little as he just goes, oh. So there's nothing you can really share then regarding it? It's not like I care much what he's been up to, but...
No, I can't. No. It's not important. And Merru isn't really sure what to say anymore. I mean, his mood is kind of going a bit sour. And all he really knows is that he can't continue with this conversation. He needs to keep his promise to not mess this up, and in order to do that, he has to leave before he says something incorrect, which he fears he is getting very close to doing. So I think he'll turn and he'll turn to leave and he can't help but say, really, it's no hard feelings, Birgh. You were never a bad kid. Sorry we couldn't get you a real gift and all, but I gotta go. Good to see you're not dead. And I think he'll fully turn his back on Birgh and make to walk away if he can.
When he goes to turn his back on Birgh, Birgh starts to say, "Hey, you can't just walk away from me." He starts to snap and then trails off into angry murmurings, not seeming to realize that he shattered the empty glass in his hands. And for a moment, his eyes dart to the book, but then they fall on the little bird clasped there. Slights are supposed to be overlooked if he's with Prior and has his respect. And as Merru walks off, leaving Birgh, "Hi, how are you doing at the party?"
While he had he had like 2 sick lines against Birgh or whatever, Kai was perhaps so focused on his objective that he may have failed to consider his personal risk factors of going to such a a party with young people. Kai had started his time on board scoping things out, trying to find the most inconspicuous ways to get near the bow, which it was not hard to find, but that makes it hard to steal. And then quickly got distracted when he spotted a group of partygoers taking shots of XII, and stopped dead in his tracks. He knows he absolutely cannot fuck this up for the rest of them. He also knows that nothing makes him feel the euphoria of the taste and feeling of the effects of it settling in his system. And he doesn't really remember moving, but he's suddenly much closer to that group. And more pressingly, the canisters of liquid gold that he can almost smell from this distance. His palms feel clammy. And he's sweating bullets trying to keep himself from approaching any further.
And hi, you can see the group. They all look like they're having a great time enjoying the Enkafale in there. And you can hear the heavy footfalls behind you and the sound of chains. And then you hear your voice called out, "Hi."
And it is a welcome distraction being snapped out of it when he turns, and Birgh is there. And he kind of remembering the image that he projected earlier, just wordlessly turns to Birgh and says, "What do you want?"
Birgh has his arms crossed, and you can't tell if he's glaring at you or not from underneath the sunglasses, as he says, "I'm just making sure you're enjoying yourself, given I know how close you and Pryor are."
Kai scrunches his eyebrows a bit. I appreciate the hospitality, as he continues to side-eye the table where people are downing shots of Enkafelin. I'm doing fine. Happy birthday. I hope we didn't disrupt the flow of your party too much.
You see his hand clench into a fist, and you know you very much did, but he simply says, "Fine. What's a few more guests, right? Are you going to partake yourself?" And he kind of looks over at the Enkafelin, knowing that's where Kai was looking.
I would say that Kai would feel caught red-handed had he not known Birgh when perhaps his addiction was even worse than it is now. And he inhales a bit, and he's like, God, yeah, and I mean, like, they must be, like, he could just kind of grab a little shot glass of it, no?
Oh yeah, one of the little sisters hands you a shot glass and says, "Stuff's really good." Apparently they can only get it from, like, those collapsed L Corp facilities or something.
Thanks. And Kai will down it immediately and hand the little glass back to her, and turn back to Birgh and say, "You know, it kind of freaks me out that you're old enough to do this stuff now. Thanks."
Yeah, no problem. And Kai, the last time you saw Birgh, he was a teenager, much smaller than he is now, and less covered in tattoos than the man standing before you. The man that now towers over you is different from the kid you remember who used to hide in that club and would follow Pryor around. Oh no, go ahead if you have something to say.
And Kai would let Birgh speak first. He's not that assertive.
You vanished not long after the old man did. Honestly, I'm surprised you're still hanging around him.
I didn't think that you would just come over here to ask how I was enjoying the party, so I appreciate you dropping any pretense. He did disappear from my life. Like all of yours, he was gone for years. And while the man in front of Kai is different from the man, the kid that he knew before, he saw his immediate reaction to Pryor And though physically speaking, this man is probably much stronger than he is, it's like he doesn't have the walls built up to maintain any mental fortitude. I don't think I could have stopped following him if I tried. And granted, that has changed since I have reunited with him. It's different now. You know, I kind of realize that I have to be my own person because everyone around me now is very hard to match up with otherwise. I'm not just following him around anymore. You, however, and he looks him more in the eyes, looks up at him, seem just as stuck on him as I was. Why are you pretending otherwise? You're still coming off as the little brother that I knew, Birgh. I don't care what you have achieved since then. It took him going away for you to make yourself worth something on your own.
You hear the chains rattle as he starts to shake a bit. And he says, the old man might have done a lot for me, but I didn't need him to get where I am now. Okay? And I'm not like that anymore.
You're still shaking. You still stutter before you speak. I don't know, Birgh. When are you gonna come into yourself? Is the man that you thought was dead being alive, is that going to hinder any progress that you made on your own? Are you that weak?
You can see the look of someone who wants to throw a punch and is holding back everything not to, as he says, I'm not the weak one. I'm not the one still following him around. I know you were always just his dog.
I takes no offense to that, as it's never really come across to him as an insult, but when he looks at Birgh, it's the kind of, he can tell that everything he says, it isn't a one-sided attack. It almost feels like he's talking to himself, as in, he believes that while he wasn't Pryor's dog, that Kai couldn't possibly change if he's still with him because he couldn't even change even though he wasn't. Or at least he couldn't change from the role that he's set himself into within his dynamic with Pryor. Kai kind of scoffs at that. And he goes, I don't know that I really care what you think my relationship with him is nowadays. I just need you to know that I am trying very hard not to escalate this. So actually, I'm sorry for saying the things that I said, even if I truly believe that they are true. I am not his dog anymore. But I think you're still his little brother. That's all.
That's not... He kind of notices people are staring, and sort of just breaks into angry mumbles where he's like, "That's not true. I'm a big brother now, and fuck you, Kai." And he kind of shoves past you to grab some enkephalin and down it.
I was gonna say, Kai can tell that he has already gotten under Birgh's skin, and doesn't feel much of a need to say anything else, except for enjoy the rest of the party, Birgh. I think that we have a mutual understanding of what our relationships with that man are. And then he'll... Mr. DM, can I ask you a question?
Oh, absolutely. What would you like to ask?
A while ago, because it really was a while ago the last time that Anchophelm was downed before an encounter.
Yes.
Would it... there is a debuff. Would it be worse if Kai... Like, I'm just asking because he's already drank some. If he has a little... If he takes another shot glass and downs it before he walks off, would that make it worse?
I would
Or is
say
it the same?
It would be, I would rule it the same if he's taking 2 shots at enkephalin. That would apply the debuff once. If he starts taking more, it would start climbing higher.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, he'll grab one more shot glass off the table, shoulder check Birgh, down it, and then put it back on the table before walking off.
Absolutely. And as you walk off, you can, first of all, you notice that the little siblings have kind of moved out of the way. But secondly, you can see Birgh just downing another shot of it. And you can hear him just fumbling. "Oh, he's so much nicer to you. I still don't understand why." And Kai, as you leave, are there any final thoughts on your mind? Having been confronted with him again.
That Kai is... You know, honestly, I feel like this might solidify his... Despite actively being with Prior on this boat, I do feel like Kai feels that he came off as something of a threat on his own, and that kind of reaffirms his, you know, what he's trying to grow into his own person, like he was saying to Birgh, and he might feel like he made a step forward today, especially considering all the time that he has spent with Prior, having to make that jump, and Birgh having so much time to be on his own, and he still just reverts immediately. Like, I feel like he might feel a bit of superiority over Birgh, outside of just his closeness to Prior.
With that feeling of superiority, you're left with Kai. Miix, what are you up to on the party boat?
I think Miix has sort of mingled and, you know, chatted some people up, done a little bit of harmless flirting. You know, just a little loosening up their tie. taking little drinks here and there, but really nothing too notable. They've kind of kept quiet, and I think currently right now they are on the side, sort of arms along the rail, looking out, and they are smoking. I think they have this look in their eye that's almost a little forlorn, but right now they're just staring out into the horizon again.
And Miix, as you stare out into the horizon, you can see the stars above in the sky. You can also see the lights of the party boat and all of the flags wavering in the light wind. And someone comes to approach you.
Oh, who would that be?
As you're smoking, you see the big brother storming towards you. There's an empty shot glass in his hand. And he, without asking to be invited, just kind of hangs over the railing next to you, taking his place there.
Miix is a little surprised. They didn't really expect this, but they are good to roll. They're good at rolling with the punches, and so they turn and they give a small smile and say, "I didn't expect to have the pleasure of your company this evening."
Well, you're having it now.
Keep me warm? Miix says.
He kind of blinks at that and moves closer to Miix.
Miix will come in closer and just lean against Birgh's side. As they take a drag of their cigarette. They blow it away from Birgh, obviously. I'm covered up and I still feel cold. So.
Well, Birgh kind of, it's pretty clear from his expression he was not expecting this, as he kind of tries to, like, regain his composure and just says, well, the lakes can get colder at night, especially if you're not from around here, which I imagine you aren't. You look like a Nestborn.
Well, that's because I am. It's funny, isn't it? How those things end up working out.
How'd you end up with the old man anyways?
I don't know. I think I was looking for something originally. You know? How about this? I wanted to see something so desperately, and I thought maybe if I could go along with the others, I'd find it.
And did you?
I found something. I woke up from a dream. For what that's worth. And now I realize how stupid I've been. It's a little frustrating.
The dream was stupid, or he kind of blinks like as you're leaned up against him and he's close to you. Like, it's pretty clear he looks puzzled but is actually listening.
I wanted to run away. I'll tell you something that I haven't really told anyone else. I don't like this world. At all. And I deluded myself into a fantasy. And now I know it was stupid. It was a stupid fantasy, and I was being stupid for believing it. I'm not really sure what to do anymore. I don't know what I want. I've kind of drifted for so long. And now I don't know. I don't. And I don't want to be like this. I wish I knew what I wanted, but I don't know how I'll find that again. I'm sure
Shit,
someone like you has got all that figured out, though. It probably sounds ridiculous.
At Miix's assertion that he's got it figured out, Birgh just kind of seems to stiffen somewhat and pulls Miix a bit closer to where they're leaning against him and says, well, of course I do. I mean, I don't really get all that, but, I mean, if you don't like how the world is, why don't you just, he kind of gestures to the empty shot glass still in his hand and the cigarette that Miix is smoking. Just party it away, right? I mean, that's what this is here for.
Miix, for the first time, because they've kind of been staring at the horizon, they turn fully towards Birgh. But I can't do that. I don't know.
Why not?
know. Maybe I want to disappear, maybe. And then they suddenly, like, come in closer and look directly at Birgh, almost as if they can see his eyes through the shades. And Miix says, What if we go somewhere else? What if we run away from here? Let's just go. Let's leave.
Birgh, then he just looks baffled, and he's just kind of like, Shit, did the old man do a number on you too?
Miix suddenly lets their head hang low, and they just smile and laugh. I can't do something that crazy, actually. And it's the same way how I can't just run away by taking drugs and drinking myself away from this place. I can't do that. Maybe it's some fucked up part of me that just wants to punish myself or something else. I don't know. I guess there's this small part of me that just wants to hope, and I don't know why. Bird? And they look up again.
Yeah?
Does doing all that really make you happy?
I mean...
Do you like this world?
I mean... This world's shitty, yeah, but like... He kind of gestures around, he's like, look how big this boat is, right? Like, all I was able to do was that bow. And there's the cake, and all of the people here. See, look how happy all of them are. And he kind of like gestures to the little siblings spread out around the boat. You can see some of them drinking, some of them dancing. Everyone's happy here, okay? So it's fine, and it's good.
Mr. DM?
Yes.
May I... Can I try and get some insight into this? Is Birgh really happy?
Oh, absolutely. Would you like to roll a wits insight?
Yes, of course. And can I maybe use a little bit of desperation here?
I would say yes, because that falls under the qualifications you have. So you may absolutely use desperation here.
What is our level?
I would say you're all at desperation free for the moment. It may go up if fighting begins or if things turn sour.
And what's the difficulty?
Difficulty 1, but it's a scaling difficulty. The higher you get, the more information will be revealed.
Okay, cool. 4 successes.
Yep, 4 successes at difficulty 1. Birgh is a very bad liar. It is pretty clear that he thinks that it seems almost... Here's the thing. What he's saying, he seems to believe, but you can tell it's less of a actual happiness and more of a what he thinks happiness is. It seems like he thinks he's filling some hole. in his heart. And like he's copying what someone else's idea of happiness was that he was taught happiness to be. You also would notice, I'll say it before, that you haven't seen prior in the crowds. You're not sure where he went off to. But you can tell Birgh does, even while next to you, keep looking around as if he's trying to find someone who you imagine that would be based on their prior interaction.
Miix's heart breaks at that because it's tragic. Because maybe in some part Birgh reminds them of themselves. That Birgh is just like them, that they're both just barely beginning to enter adulthood. They are properly finding themselves, but it's in a world that's determined to tear them apart until they conform. And Miix's eyes start to well up, and they gently place a hand on Birgh's cheek and they say, "I'm sorry. Wish I could make you happy. I'm so sorry."
And
they just hug Birgh.
He kind of freezes up at that. Like he's not sure how to react. Like for a second, you actually feel him tense, like he thinks it's an attack. But then he sort of leans into the hug. I'm
sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't get why you're crying.
Because I wish this world wasn't the way it was, Birgh. Because I wish we could be happier.
Fuck. He kind of looks around. She sees some like shots that are like still around, grabs one and says, "Here, you want something? This might help."
No. Because even once that's done, I'm still gonna be in this place.
Hey,
I thought that maybe if I just accepted it, I would just move on, and I thought I could, but no. I can't keep running away. I just can't. Have to actually face it. Have to face the fact that this world hates any kind of hope. It hates any kind of goodness. I have to. We all have to. And it's time I stop running away from that. And I'm sorry that I thought there was some sort of answer. I wish I could make you happy. I wish I could make everyone happy.
Hey, look, all right? I don't know what's going on. It's fine, okay? It's fine. This party will be happy.
And after that, after the party's over, will you be happy?
Yeah, we'll just throw another one. I mean, it might not be my birthday, but we can just throw another party.
Birgh. You poor thing. I wish there was a way. I wish there was a way that I could. I don't know. Fix this, but.
Birgh.
I'm sorry. And Miix, like, wipes their eyes. And finally, they, like, step away. And there's a distance between them again.
Yeah, Birgh awkwardly sort of pats Miix on the back and just says, oh, well, enjoy yourself, okay? That's all. And he starts turning to head off and says, as he goes, he grabs another one of those enkephalin shots and he looks back at Miix and he's like, really, trust me, this shit helps, okay?
Miix, as Birgh is walking away, calls out and says, Birgh!
Yeah?
I think I would have liked to know you before. I think we would have been friends.
I much prefer the person I am now. And he walks back off into the crowd.
Miix stares and then looks back over the horizon and sighs. They stumbled. They were running away again. That's what they were doing, but they can't keep doing that. There's no point in running away anymore. Because if they do, they'll just end up like him. And then Miix looks up and there's like a flash. There's a moment of how things could have been different. It's just a visual in Miix's head. Just a daydream of Miix and Birgh as friends. But like all dreams, they have to end eventually, and as quickly as it appears, it vanishes. And Miix takes a deep breath, one last drag of their cigarette, and then throws it away. Miix has to resolve themselves, and they will, for what comes next. Face the fear and build the future.
And Miix, as you watch the cigarette be thrown away, sinking into the depths below, I should ask, Prior, what have you been up to at this party?
Prior has... Do you know what the feeling is when you put on a wet sock? That sensation that it's unhealthy for you, that it's bad for you, but it is still better than going barefoot? That feeling of wrongness, of dampness, of disgust. Prior feels that in every single inch of his skin. And he hates how strong he feels again. He hates how nice it felt to look at someone who could kill him in a moment and still hold that power. And that feeling only makes him feel more uncomfortable in his own skin. So he ignores it, and he stands among the little siblings. He looks for signs of the Golden Bough. He looks for signs of anything at all he can find, any clue, any hint. His mind must be focused on the mission because all of this is worth it if the path leads to the right destination.
Fire. You see lots of little siblings around. As you look about, you can see balloons everywhere, and you can see, strung from the masks. And now they don't look exactly like the hooks in the web did. They're much more festive. But you can see the streamers and lights hanging down in a way that almost reminds you of it. And back at that chair that Birgh had been sitting on when you all first approached, like it was his throne, you can see glowing, bright, atop it is the Golden Bough. On full display for everyone to see.
Friar is, for a moment, awed at its brilliance, and then tries his best not to stare as he takes on a slightly kinder tone to the little siblings around him, acknowledging them, greeting them, and as he does, trying to maneuver into a position to get a better view of the throne.
They all let you pass, greeting you. Some of them you can see, probably the ones you imagine Brendan might have talked to, kind of give you like softer, smiles and looks as you go past.
It feels so different than it did back in the facility. This isn't the same kind of admiration, but it's more familiar to him. These people would die for him if he asked. They have no personal connection to him. They've never known him. They've never had to see him work. His name alone, his title alone, inspires unending fealty to death. He hates that he missed it. He comes as close as he can. And starts looking around to see if there's anyone else.
Yes. So as you come close, you see that most of the little siblings tend to give the throne a wide berth. And you can see that high up atop the throne is this right here. It glows a bright golden color. seeming to radiate off. You imagine something so valuable should be kept hidden. But who would steal from a big brother? Right?
It's not like they have anywhere to run to. Prior cracks his neck. And looking around, gets even closer to the bow. And then closer.
Oh, please.
Please go ahead. No. Prior is getting as close as he can.
As you get closer, you hear the sound of footsteps and the rattle of chains. Prior. And you hear Birgh call out to you.
Prior lazily spins on his heels and tries his best to push away anything that keeps his face from going numb and hard. Oh. Birgh. You wish to have a discussion?
You can see that although for a moment there's the slightest flinch, Birgh doesn't back down this time, seeming to steel himself and gets closer to you.
Prior resists every urge to step back and flinch away. He is well aware of the fact that Birgh could erase him in an instant. Words are the only weapon Prior has, words and their shared history. Prior is cashing in as much past violence against this man as he can.
It's nice, isn't it?
I admit, I've never seen anything like it.
There is a grin that hits Birgh's face. And he says, yeah, no, I have one of my own, all to myself. And you can see he's holding back the unlike you, but there's still that little bit of fear keeping him restrained.
Prior knows better than to push his luck 2 times in a row. Well, Birgh, I will certainly say it is an achievement that you've managed to get one. So allow me to ask, because you worked so hard to get it, for what purpose are you using it? I've heard that these are miraculous, singularity-level devices. Is it truly nothing more than, what, an ornament to your throne?
It's much more than just that. I've been using it to make the biggest party boat in all of the Great Lakes. And he kind of like sweeps his arms around to show like the boat around them.
So that's how a vessel this big is still able to run.
That's right.
Oh, that's a... Prior actually can't help himself from admitting it through gritted teeth. Throw a party, have everyone bring their boats as tributes, it gets bigger. They don't have their boats anymore, so they stick around as part of your crew. That explains why you so quickly ascended in power.
Yeah. He kind of like straightens up at that, and you can see that he wasn't expecting that sort of reaction and seems almost to be placated by it. Yeah,
Friar
yeah,
is
no.
playing a dangerous game, balancing two needles against each other. Well, I congratulate you on your success so far, Birgh. Though, I think your ambitions on the whole could use some work. Bringing together this many siblings, this much of the family into one place, and your ambitions ending at a party is exactly what I expected of you. You always possessed great potential, but a lack of ambition.
But I have that potential, and I've made it here now.
And where are you going next, Birgh?
Oh, please go right ahead if you had more to say.
No. Prior leans in. You were always very, very good at throwing the first punch, Birgh. Not once could I ever insult that you had a strong opener. But as soon as exhaustion began to set in, you crumbled. Do you even have a plan? Or was this the height of as far as you could imagine? A 3-layered cake and some water on a lake.
His face twists a bit at that, and then he shoots back, well, what about you, huh?
What about me, Birgh?
Do you have a plan? Because all I heard from the rest of them is that whatever it is, it sounds like it's confidential work or something like that.
My machinations span years, Birgh. Do you really think I'm concerning them with the grand scale of what I'm doing? My plans will outlive you, and they will certainly outlive them.
Well, are they ever going to even come to fruition? That's the word, right? He kind of mutters that under his breath.
My plans take root, Birgh, and they flower long after people have forgotten where I have dropped my seeds into the ground. I return after years of waiting to find fields of flowers ready for me to pluck from the stem. You've grown quite nicely, Birgh. Do not think that you are done being a part of my performance.
He shakes for a moment, but then gets even closer to you and says, no, I am done being part of that. So what if this is the culmination of mine? This is what I wanted. And this is what I'm getting.
I realizes the Birgh's not going to back down, and he does cede a single step back away from Birgh. But not a step more than that. You truly do sound like a member of the Middle Birgh. And At the very least, you finally learned how to plant your feet and keep your guard up.
Are you still loyal to the middle?
I am exactly as loyal to the middle as I ever was, Birgh. And I would ordain that you remember that. I am here, Birgh, because my plans require adaptation to the changes since I've been gone. Doc, Field, Songbird, and you, Birgh, are all scattered to the corners. The middle is apparently still rebuilding from some grandiose attack that took place while I was away and unable to participate. And it seems that in my departure, the fall of the Lobotomy Corporation has made the city a far, far different place.
You're talking like you don't know what happened?
As I said, Birgh, my machinations take years to come to fruition. And I have been very busy the last few years.
Well, whatever stuff you've been up to, what do you want? Because I know you didn't come back here for me.
There's a moment where Prior sees Birgh. And then he chooses not to anymore. You're right, Birgh. I am not here for you. Because you stayed on a path that I set for you. I have no need to have you do or tell you to do anything you're not already doing, because you will always do exactly what I needed you to do. You can say whatever you want to me, Birgh. But when you put one foot in front of the other, those are my footsteps you're following in. I need to go speak to my associates, big brother. You're right. I can't tell you what to do anymore. But no, it is because there's no need for me to do so anymore. You look different, but you haven't changed a bit.
I've changed.
I haven't.
You never would.
And I never will. So why did you expect anything else?
Because I thought maybe you were here because... He kind of cuts himself off and just says, fine, go find your associates.
I will. And I will be out of your hair soon, Birgh. It seems I've ruined your birthday for too long. Don't expect me to stick around for much longer. I'm almost done everything I need to do.
Then Prior. Do you decide to head off and find your associates? Birgh.
For a moment, guilt has pinned Prior's feet like nails to the ground. But he needs this bow. Can tell as much as he sees something inside Birgh he doesn't want to see. There is no way that this will go any different than the path it is set on. This bow is the accumulation of everything Birgh has ever worked his life for. And Prior cannot allow even the tiniest shred of guilt, of nostalgia, anything to cloud him from the truth. Birgh is still the same man Prior remembers, and as nice, as much as he might seem different on the surface, no one ever really changes that deep down.
As you leave, he looks as if he wants to say something, to yell, to call out. But he stays silent, rooted in place, looking up at the throne. And do the four of you meet back up? Or Prior, do you take a moment before finding them?
How lovely it would be if Prior ever had a moment. He pushes on. The chains, like his guilt, weigh down his arms and shoulders.
And I will say the four of you are, it's a big boat, but all of you stick out very much against the crowds. So I would say that the four of you are able to meet back up together.
Wow.
This, it's getting late.
Yeah.
We're going to run out of chances soon. I've been waiting. We've identified the bow. It's on top of the throne. It's in clear view of everywhere and everyone. I don't think there's a way we can sneak up on it. I don't think there's a way We can't be. This boat means everything to Birgh. It seems he's staked his identity as a big brother on it. And that bow is what's powering it. We are going to have to move fast.
There's no other way. Miix says, and there's like there's a different look in their eye. They kind of started out with like a full-on like, oh, all right, whatever, attitude, but now there's something a little different. Sympathy, maybe, but
He is a big brother of the middle Miix. There is no way that we have anything of value to trade for that. And there is no way he will forgive thievery. My grasp over him is strong, but not as strong as I had hoped. No. Birgh being who he is, there is not another solution. Believe me, I would like to avoid fighting Big Brother if I could, but I don't think there is.
Birgh's maybe Birgh's a little different. It's fine.
Can't be getting cold feet now, Miix. We're too far in.
I know. I just
So why bring it up?
'cause I don't.
I don't want to do this either, but we said we would, so we have to.
Because I don't think he's that different from us, Merru. I don't. But it's fine.
Right, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Like I said, we agreed to do this, so we are doing this. Our feelings aside.
We're almost home. We are
Right.
almost back to the facility.
Or go ahead.
No, yeah, Pryor just says we are almost back at the facility, Miix. He stands between us and a freedom from the hell that this city has put us through.
Miix takes a deep breath and nods, and under their breath, so quiet that nobody else could hear, they just whisper, "I'm sorry." And it's not to the others.
Pryor looks around. He looks at the Golden Bough. He grits his teeth. You cannot divert from the path. It was set long ago, and you must bear the weight of sin so that others can find their way. That is what it means to be a leader. That is what it means to suffer. The two are synonymous in his mind. When we get caught, he will probably try and kill me. I will deserve it. Come. The performance is going to end one way or the other.
Right.
Only way to the end is through, so. If this is what we're doing, then this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
And managers, what do? There's a bunch of little siblings partying. There's a big brother somewhere on the ship. And there's a Golden Bough. That's your objective.
There doesn't appear to be any way to sneak up on this bow, does there?
Oh, absolutely not. You have a feeling that the moment you get close to the throne, Birgh will likely intervene if none of the little siblings do first. It'd probably be easier to get past them because you could try to pass something off. But there's no real sneaky way to steal a bow in front of a crowd of people.
Prior will walk up to the little siblings. Clapping twice, he'll say, "All right, everyone, you should go gather around the gifts. I'm sure it'll be. I am sure it will soon be time to sing for the big brother of the hour. The stars are out, after all."
Are the gifts soon? The kind of like one of the sisters whispers to the other, and she's like, "Shit, yeah." They start going toward the table, like looking pretty excited. And one of them's like, I hope he likes what I got him. Oh. That said, while most of them have all gone to crowd about, you have a feeling they're still gonna see you the moment you all take the bow.
100%. But at least they're not immediately between him and the exit rail. Prior walks up to the throne. He does not break his step or his stride. He will take one step onto it, and reaching out, he feels this light radiating out of the bow as he grabs a piece of fabric from his containment unit and tries to snatch it in one hand.
I won't make you roll. You are able to do so. As you grab the Golden Bough and hold it in your hand, it radiates, and for a moment, it almost feels as if it's trying to push into your mind. But you're able to take it. At least hold it. So the moment that you do so, Prior, all of the little siblings kind of turn from where they are at the party. The whole crowd of them. And you can hear whispering like, is he supposed to do that? I don't know if it's another big brother. It's probably fine. But they all seem very hesitant. And you see through the crowd a familiar head of bright purple hair. And you can feel the hatred in that gaze, even as it's covered, locked onto you.
Prior holds the bow in his offhand And he waits for Birgh to approach him.
Birgh storms past, pushing anyone who's in his way aside. What do you think you're doing?
This bow is very useful. How much do you want for it?
I don't want anything for it, Prior. I want my bow back where it was, out of your hand.
Holds it in one hand, looks back at Birgh. Birgh, I feel I have been very unfair to you tonight. I've come to your party in front of all your men, and really have not given you a chance to prove yourself. That is what I said I was here to do, after all. So how is about it? You, me, a duel. Winner gets the bow. I'll even be generous. You can bring 3 of your little siblings. I bring 3 of my associates. And I won't ask the machine to do anything more for me than what I can't stop it from doing. How's about that, big brother? Because I feel I have accidentally damaged your reputation. And this would be a good way to prove once and for all where we stand within the family.
The chains start to rattle in anger, and Prior, you know a Birgh in the past would have lashed out at once, would have demanded that you leave, that you have no right to be coming into his party, making those demands. A Birgh, at least, who had the strength to stand up to you. But he moves in closer, stands up as tall as he can, and says, I accept your deal. I'll duel you, and I'll win, old man, and I'll show them that I am a big brother of the middle.
Very well then, Birgh. I wish you the best of luck. Duel in 15?
I'll see you then. But you return that until then. And he looks at the bow.
Prior goes to hand it to Birgh.
He takes it back, puts it back on its place on the throne. And takes his seat there.
Prior looks at the managers, and the sweat is pouring down his brow. However, he steels his face as best he can. Well, managers, it's time for a duel.
and managers, I think that this is a great place to call our intermission.
Wahoo!
As we're all getting ready to go up
Wahoo.
against the big brother
Wahoo!
and free little siblings of his choice.
Wahoo!
I hope you're all
Wahoo.
excited, and we will be back very soon. I hope all of you stick around, and thank you so much again, everyone in chat. And we shall see you all very, very soon.
Wahoo!
Welcome back, everyone, to our session. And thank you for sticking around through intermission. And the managers all boarded Birgh's party boat, looking for the Golden Bough. And though they found it, there was no easy way to take it for themselves without being spotted. Prior challenged Birgh to a duel. Him and the free managers alongside him against Birgh and 3 of his little siblings for a 4-on-4 fight. Winner takes the Golden Bough. You all had a moment, managers, to prepare yourselves and get into positions. And
Yes, prior. Oh,
yes, please go ahead.
yes. Previous to the fight, handed out to everyone a series of broken glasses to slip into the collars of their shirts or the loops in their belt buckles. Little things he scavenged from all around Helper's unit. As you carry them, you feel your feet lighten, your speed increase. You'll need every advantage you can get, and you all can take a +2 bonus to your athletics for this fight.
I'll put a little marker that is the case.
And because he rolled 9 successes, everyone gets 1 for once.
Nice.
And Prior also succeeded to empower his ego weapon. So Life for a Daredevil is in his grip, and blue flames coat the edge of the blade as he feels his speed grow even faster as he squares off against Big Brother Birgh.
Do any of you have anything to say to each other or to your opponents before the fight begins?
Merru does not.
Prior wishes everyone good luck. A very, very genuine we're going to have to fight like hell through this. Take every advantage you can get, and remember, no matter what happens, the bow must be returned to the facility.
Miix. You know what, Mr. DM?
Yes.
Birgh! And Miix will call out. See if
He hears
responds.
you call out and sort of tenses but says, "What?"
Let's talk more after this.
He doesn't acknowledge that. But you see that he glances away from you very fast looks right at Prior, and Prior, those tattoos all along his skin and up his face begin to glow a bright purple color.
Prior tightens his grip on his weapon. His gift empowers him from his hip. Well then, big brother. Guess there's only one way to settle this between family, isn't there?
There is. And the little sister rushes forward, going straight for Kai. As she runs at you, her own tattoos glowing. And Kai, can you give me a challenge for Dex Athletics to avoid this? And as all of you steel yourselves, you can feel yourselves bracing for the damage you're about to be taking, as you will additionally have all red damage from the resolve.
Okay. Got it. Prior gave us +2 on athletics. I have -1 for dodge rolls, so I'm gonna...
+1 net.
Oh, +1. What?
No, sorry, no. -1 +2, so +1.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
Yes,
I was just wondering if I
but
should put those both in as, like...
you
Yeah.
are still afflicted by the Enkephalin before as she runs at you, even with Magical Girl's gift.
I think I can put a -1 in custom modifiers and it should work, so... Sick. Okie dokie, and you said difficulty 4. I'm gonna willpower that, I think.
You would need to get 3 successes on the willpower.
But sometimes I crit, like, awesomely.
True.
It's true. It's true.
Oh,
Okay, well, that
so
was
close.
pretty
Oh,
close.
close.
Down. Sometimes he does crit awesomely. That's fair.
Yeah.
Hi. Unfortunately, you're not fast enough, as the Enkephalin's really slowing you down, weighing on your body, and this punch comes for you, and you take, well, it says 2.5 superficial red, but you first have that down to 1 from your resolve, and so you're only taking 1 superficial red damage.
Nice.
So sorry to ask this. Would you like me to put the red defense, like, thing that you
Yes,
have,
feel free to drop that in the chat.
Great.
Yes.
Cool, yeah. As it is only 1 superficial red damage, Kai might feel a little too cocky going into this fight. I don't know that he'll say anything, but I feel that he might be a little more reckless in further turns.
Absolutely. And you are inflicted with, I will say, because of the resolve, since your armor halved it anyway, instead of 2 bleed, you are only inflicted with 1 bleed.
Alright.
Also, it looks like a certain poll was a tie. So, I'll put it up once more and put it up for a little bit longer, everyone.
Oh my god.
Wait. Suggestion, Mr. DM.
Yes.
allow them to spend points on their votes.
Oh, I did. Don't worry.
Cheaper, even cheaper.
I'll give you all 10 minutes to decide. You can spend points. You all tied it the first time, so let's see what you all do this time. And don't worry about it. Don't worry about what the outcome will be. And this then brings us to little brother Brendan's turn. You all can tell, he kind of looks at you all, and it's clear he doesn't want to be doing this necessarily. And he runs forward towards you, Merru, and just kind of goes, no hard feelings, and throws a punch at you.
Alright.
And you can give me that challenge for Dex Athletics.
Yup. +2. Gift. Sorry, what was the challenge level?
4.
4? Okay. We got this. One moment. We will willpower that. I only need 1 success. Oh, 1 success.
Absolutely. As he swings at you, you're able to dodge out of the way, and you can tell his heart really isn't in this.
That's understandable. I think as Merru, his prosthetics naturally fire off and he is able to hop backwards, he will pull, not to use it, but just to pull, Justicia down over to properly cover both of his eyes, and he'll go, yeah, no hard feelings.
And Merru, it's your turn.
Right. Actually, wait. Am I allowed to be right here? Now, this really is no hard feelings. Because Merru is going to fire Magic Bullet.
Absolutely.
Merru doesn't really necessarily want to be doing this fight either, but it simply has to be done. He agreed to do it, so he will do it. And he will try to get that, line that you can see right there.
Oh, yeah, you can hit both of those little brothers. I'll let you know. You don't need to worry about any other little siblings that might be in the crowd. Given this is a fight between big brothers and the kind of attacks they do, everyone else has moved out of the way and is observing from, the higher decks of the ship.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I will fire, what is the challenge level?
The challenge level to hit would be challenge level 4 for these little siblings.
Okay, I got 13. Let's roll. I'll it was a success, but I will spend another point of willpower.
Absolutely.
Let's see if I get anything. Okay. Worth it.
7 successes at DC 4. So you're doing 7 aggravated black damage to these little siblings.
Yep.
They don't go down from this, but they are at more than half health. Would you like to describe?
Yeah, no, part of the reason why Merru had lowered Justicia over his eyes, like I said, was not to actually use Justicia, but just to cover his face more. Because like I said, not exactly a fight he wants, but what he understands that when he raises Magic Bullet, that the bullet that gets fired has a predetermined path. and he simply expects it to fire through both of those little siblings. So when he raises the rifle and, pulls the trigger, there's no surprise when it hits its mark.
Yep. And Merru, you're used to these kind of shots, being able to just down one, but these little siblings, despite how wounded they look from the attack, look like they're going to keep coming at you. As
he's not surprised. I mean, these are the siblings that Birgh specifically picked out, so.
Yep, and this one runs forward, right up in your face, and this little sibling right here is at less than half health, so is going to use Vengeance.
Oh!
You see the tattoos begin to glow. And you can make me a challenge 5 strength athletics to avoid this attack.
Okay. Now, remind me, do I have -1 from having already dodged an attack?
You do, but you have a +2 from Prior's gift.
Yes.
Merru did take a turn in between those attacks, correct?
Oh, you're right. So Merru, actually, you do not take any penalty.
Perfect. Awesome. I didn't know that was... Okay. Good to know.
The penalty resets on your turn.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
I see. Now... Is this a place where I can use my, Are we still calling it desperation dice?
Yes.
Yeah.
To dodge? Yes,
Yeah.
you can.
Okay. How many dice do we have?
Currently, I
I
would
believe
say Desperation 4.
Okay.
Oh, desperation 4. Yeah,
Oh,
that
sorry,
makes
yeah,
sense.
you were about to say 3. Yeah, I think this.
No.
I think this counts for upping it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
okay.
fair. Birgh hasn't taken his turn yet. You know what? That's fair.
Yeah. All right. Well, I will be using some desperation dice. Yeah.
Oh.
Whew,
Thanks.
thankfully.
Right. You're able to avoid this little sibling. As Kai,
Excellent.
we go to your turn.
Fantastic. The little sister right in front of me is the one that attacked me, right?
Yes, she's the one that attacked you.
I think I'm just gonna go in and take a good swipe at her.
Absolutely.
No bells and whistles about it.
It's a challenge 4 to hit her.
Okie dokie. Yeah. Come on.
That's 2 successes. Would you like to willpower?
I did and I failed.
3 successes,
I'm not
DC
rolling
4.
well today.
Would you like to
Oh,
describe
no.
how it is when Kai tries to swipe at her?
Oh my god. I mean, okay. It's kind of like Merru said, where these are the siblings that Birgh picked out. Kai, naively assumed that this would be cake because he, was hit by this little sister with, what he assumed was at least some effort, and it barely left a scratch. He kind of had this idea in his mind that he would be able to down her in one fell swoop, and when he goes to claw in at her, she almost sidesteps him, like it's not even very much effort. And I think he's humbled a little bit.
She kinda, grins at you when you miss and says, "You'll have to be stronger than that."
Kai can feel the drunk bravado turn into drunk embarrassment.
And Miix, what would you like to do?
Well... I think there's only one thing Miix can do, which is move forward. Miix has Solemn Lament drawn, and they are going to shoot. I think Miix is gonna go ahead and shoot. Oh man.
Who would Miix like to aim for? There are 3 little siblings, and there's the big brother himself. And I will say, I see the poll results. We shall get to those very soon.
Well, I think I think Miix. I think Miix will do it. Yeah. I think Miix will fire, and their first shot is going to be they're going to do black damage. Their first shot is going to be at Birgh.
Absolutely. So Miix, this would
Mr.
be to hit a DC 12. It is reduced, however, from a DC 12 to a DC 6. As you go to aim and you see, first of all, you remember the shots you saw Birgh take, and how by that point of the night, he looked like he had already been indulging in quite a bit. You also see how, even though the rest of you are on the battlefield with him, he keeps looking to Prior in particular. And now you may make your shot at challenge 6.
Okay. Oof. So let me make sure that this is the... Yes, cool, that's the right one. Alright, they will go ahead and roll. They're going to do a willpower. So 7 successes against DC 6.
With 7 successes against DC 6, that is going to be... And I remember you have... Let's see. Yes, you get +3. So that's going to be 4 aggravated black damage, which Birgh takes as unhalf superficial. So that is going to be 4 superficial black damage to Birgh. If you'd like to describe, or if you'd like to do your second shot first and then describe.
I'd like to do my second shot, yeah. This will be substantially harder, but I might as well.
I mean, you could...
Oh. Sorry, what were you going to say?
No, I was going to say... No worries. I was just going to say it's going to be a tough shot.
Oh, yeah. You know, why not willpower? I don't think this will do anything, but, you know.
Oh, so close.
So close.
I think if I'm allowed to narrate,
Absolutely.
Miix will coming a little closer just because, you know, the range of a handgun as compared to the range of a firearm or a rifle is a little shorter. They don't want the bullets, the shots to scatter off randomly. And as they do, it is quite the classic display. They start to fire a massive shots, multiple at once, as butterflies begin to spew from the barrel of the guns. And the white damage, I think, if I'm allowed to do a little bit of like edit, I suppose, that's actually what's fired first, and it's sort of using these that Miix corrals Birgh, and taking advantage of his drunken stupor. Birgh is sort of pinned into one place, and Miix runs up, spins, and then points straight at Birgh and fires 4 different shots, with each of these striking into Birgh's body, these being the black damage. And Miix has steeled themselves. There's no need for words anymore. Not right now.
Birgh seems to almost shake off the damage, looking a little bit addled but unaffected. As Prior, we go to your turn.
Prior knows Birgh well. In his prime, he could have put this man into the ground, and now Prior knows it's going to take every inch of his power, every advantage they clawed out, every word he used to get under Birgh's skin to give himself even an opening to succeed. He takes life for a daredevil in his hand, spins it around, and closes in on Birgh, ready to strike.
Absolutely. And that's going to be a challenge 6 with challenge 12, if not for those debuffs.
Yeah. Challenge 6 on 7 dice. Alright, well, you know, we're gonna give it a try. I spend a point of willpower. Oh, Prior comes in, blade at the ready. He sees Birgh corralled into a corner, and he swings his blade, attempting to slice through the air. But Birgh isn't there where his blade travels.
You're using a sword instead of your fist, old man?
I have to give you a fighting chance somehow, don't I?
You're only gonna humiliate yourself. As Birgh lunges forward at you.
Yeah, Prior's been waiting for this.
Prior. Oh, please, go right ahead.
No, Prior has been waiting for this moment. He is a man who believes in repentance, in penitence. And admittedly, he knows deep down he deserves this. And the punch comes in at his gut, I imagine.
Yep. It comes right through your gut. Challenge 12, reduced to 6 from the debuffs. Dex athletics to avoid.
Okay. Prior is, however, fully buffed on his dodging. As the flames dance up the blade, he moves in a blur. And even if he's not as strong as he used to be, he at least has an echo of that speed. As Birgh throws a punch, Prior steps back and dodges the first one.
And that's when the second one comes in.
Oh, he can take more than one action!
Yep. Three actions. Don't worry about that second part. As he goes for the second punch.
Right. -1 for fatigue.
Yep.
Okay, Prior steps back from one. The second one comes in like lightning, and Prior moves his head as it, darts by where it was a second ago.
How are you so fast, old man? And he tries to kick you this time. And that's going to be a challenge 11, reduced to 5, Dex Athletics to avoid.
And I'll take that -2 fatigue penalty. Birgh is significantly faster than Prior remembers him. Mmm. Ha ha ha! I'm gonna spend that point of willpower.
The willpower?
I see that defensive paralysis. Oh, that's a failure.
Oh.
Prior dodges the first punch, dodges the second. He's watching Birgh's arm, and the leg just comes up and nails him in the shin, dropping Prior to one knee as there is the crunch of Birgh's flesh hitting Prior's bone.
And Prior, as he does so, Birgh grabs you and throws you in his anger. Yes, when you take that damage, I should roll that first, my bad. For unhalf superficial red damage, you have resolve, and you also have gaze up. So you are first taking it as... Oh.
Yeah, so that's 4. Yeah, that's 4 unhalf superficial. Resolved halved it to 2. Superficial damage is reduced by 1. But that's regular superficial damage. So yeah, Prior takes 2 superficial damage.
Yep, 2 superficial red damage. You're inflicted with 2 defensive paralysis. And Birgh then throws you, not seeming to realize that the cake is right behind where he's tossing you toward.
Prior is sent spinning towards the cake, and before he hits the cake, Prior brings Life for a Daredevil down into the ground. It catches against the ground. There's a shower of sparks, and just barely, he manages to catch himself on the side of the table, flip up and over it, and land beside the cake, not destroying it.
You all saved the cake with 203 votes. Thank you, Kate, in particular, for that 11k 100 channel points. He gets his birthday cake. If they don't all kill him. We go.
Yes.
To the little sister's turn. Kai, she's right up in your face. So she's coming right at you again.
Awesome.
And she is going to hit you with another right in the solar plexus, as she's currently uninjured.
That she is.
That is a challenge for Dex Athletics. You have the buff from Prior's gift, but you have the deduction from the Enkephalon.
What would a half of the deduction from the Enkephalon be since it's 1? Is it still just 1?
Yeah, no, it's always -1 from the Enkephalon.
Okay, cool. All right, so it's only one from the gift that Fire gave me.
It's +1. You'd add a +1.
Okie dokie. Come on, man. Don't do this to me. Okay. See, we're goated, and we're fine.
Crit. You're back.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
I've never
able-
been more back.
You're able to dodge her as she tries to lunge at you.
I think Kai took the be stronger advice to heart.
That he did. And Kai, we then go to little brother Brendan, who sees that he kind of looks like he's not sure who to attack at first. And the other little brother kind of looks at him and says, "You get that one, I got this one." And little brother Brendan runs to you, Miix, and just kind of whispers, "I'm sorry about this." As he is going to hit you with Vengeance. And Miix, that's going to be a challenge 5, strength athletics to avoid.
Well, I guess there's no avoiding this, is there, Mr. DM?
I mean, you can try to dodge. You got a +2 bonus, remember?
No, it's not that. It's just I don't want to fight Brendan, but I must. All right.
I'm so sorry. You don't have to shoot him back. You can leave him alone on your turn. He's coming to attack you.
We do have the +2 to athletics, which is nice. DC 5, correct?
Yep, it's gonna be a challenge 5, DC 5.
Alright. You know what? I will reroll. Hey!
Let's go!
Go.
5 successes, DC 5. You're able to dodge him.
Gotcha. Does he have any other attacks up his sleeve?
No, that is all that he does as he just goes, he kind of just mutters again like, sorry.
Yeah, I think... What does it look like when he attacks, out of curiosity?
You see, those tattoos are glowing purple, but there's almost a flare to them. When he swings, like, the more injured he is, the more damage he's doing.
You know, I think Miix just is bobbing and weaving between each different swing as it's almost like a dance. And in between, certainly they are not hitting, but every now and then, I think just mixing these in between their dodges, Miix is shooting Psalm Lament. Almost, it's less to hit, but it's more to prevent Brendan from approaching. You know, sort of shooting like right and like in an area where Brendan's hand would have gotten hit if he doesn't pull it back, which obviously he manages to, but Miix is able to keep him at bay just for now.
Absolutely. And as you keep him at bay, warding him back, Merru,
Yes.
it's your turn.
Absolutely. Would it be fair to say that the last time Merru dodged, he backed up a little bit?
Oh, absolutely. I will allow that.
Thank you, Mr. DM. We all know I'm firing Magic Bullet again.
Absolutely. And who are you firing it at?
The little sibling right in front of him.
Sounds good. That's going to be a DC 4 to hit that little sibling.
Alright. Got my modifiers. Let's roll. I'm not gonna willpower that.
Yeah, I was gonna say 9 successes. Challenge 4. You are doing 5, 6, 7. Let's see. Yeah, no, that's gonna be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 aggravated blast damage to this little sibling. They are very, very badly wounded.
Oh, are they still fighting?
No, absolutely not.
Oh,
This little
okay. I was like,
basically
wait.
collapses to the ground,
Okay.
and for a second, I wouldn't be surprised if Merru, for just a moment, you do worry that the bullet has struck its mark. But then you see the body still moving, and there's, a couple of the other little siblings who are gathered around. Birgh kind of just sees this one go down and yells, "Get the fuck out of here!" And this one is kind of just pulled off to the side and out of the fight.
Well, Merru will pretend that he's not relieved.
And Kai, what would you like to do?
As I said before, he took that advice to heart, and Kai will equip his extra safety gear before going in to swing again at this same little sister.
Absolutely.
And then he will lunge in to steady himself. I'm just remembering the -1 from the Anchafel, and it's or I'm sorry, when you said that Prior's gift was halved, were you just balancing out the points, or were you actually saying that like a point was taken off of it?
I think you're talking about the Anchafel is only for dodges, attacks.
Oh yeah,
It's a
sorry, I don't know why.
down.
Yeah, my fault.
And Prior's gift is only for
That's
dodging
athletics.
as well.
My
It's for
brain
athletics.
just-
No, you're good. You're attacking with melee.
My bad. Yep. Okay. Sorry.
No,
Okay.
you're good. When you swing, though, you do take a point before it's cleared of 1 superficial red damage from the bleed.
Okie dokie. Sorry, my brain exploded for a moment. Alright, he has equipped his improvised gear. What is the DC?
The DC is DC 4 to hit this little sibling.
Alright. If I fail this one, it's gonna be really embarrassing. Nope.
Whoa.
7 successes,
Read
DC
willpower.
4. That's going to be 3 successes plus your +3 aggravated red damage from your Closet Cobalt. So this little sibling is taking 6 aggravated red damage.
Finally. We're actually doing Kai damage.
And would you like to describe it as you tear into this little sister?
I do want to say, I know that my attacks are a little more, visceral, but I also do not believe in this instance as it is a challenge that Kai is meaning to fully kill this woman. I don't know that that was her full health track or anything. I'm just saying, like...
Oh no, she's still standing. She
Great.
looks like she's
But,
like she's still doing like she's damaged, but she's definitely not
Okay, cool.
not
But, like,
down for the count.
if he downs her, he does not intend to kill her.
Yeah.
Is that possible? Okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah, you're a melee weapon, so you can hold back on that.
Great. Kai will lunge in and try to go for, rather than trying to gut her or scratch her throat out, he'll probably go for some of the... Man, why am I trying to figure out anatomy right now? Like, where bleeds the least? We're gonna... upper body attack, chest, but, like, just scratching, the outside, not trying to break her rib cage or anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You get the idea.
Kai, you are able to do so. And Miix, we go to your turn. What would you like to do?
Okay, yep, I know. I know what I'd like to do, Mr. DM.
Yes.
How's that little sister look?
She's looking pretty injured. It looks like she has about half health left.
And how is Brendan looking?
Brendan's looking even more injured than she is. It looks like he's not doing very well at all.
Okay. Then I think there's a way for Miix to get this to work. Alright, yeah, okay, that's what Miix is gonna do. Miix is going to, if I'm allowed, Mr. DM, I would
Yes.
like Miix to start a, Snow Queen duel.
Absolutely.
Yay.
Give me one moment.
Of course, take your time.
As I grab that.
Go ahead.
And who are you pulling into the duel with you?
I would like to pull in, well, if Brandon is worse, then I'll pull in the little sister.
Absolutely. You can pull the little sister into the duel with you.
Yeah.
And the two of you vanish from everyone's sight. And Birgh looks around, looks to Pryor, and says, "Where the fuck did they go?"
Pryor looks down at Birgh from the table he's standing on and says, "Somewhere to continue their fight more privately. They'll be back shortly."
And in the icy arena, Miix, the little sister, looks around, and looks very confused.
Well, she's gonna stay confused, cause, Miix is, gonna shoot her.
Absolutely.
I would like to roll. Let's see. We'll just start with black damage. Black damage is kind of like the constant here. And what would the challenge be?
It will be a challenge 4 to hit the little sister.
All right. Let's see. Blaze. Son of a. Ooh.
Oh wait, you do get an extra 2 dice on that from Child of the Galaxy's gift.
No, that only works on your first hit in
Oh yes, yeah. First hit in the combat. My bad.
Yeah. It'd be great if it was the first shot. No, but I will do white damage now. Well, you know what? I will do a willpower reroll on that one. 'Cause I'm greedy. I get punished for my greed.
Hey, still a 6 success crit, DC 4, and you'll be doing 2 aggravated white damage since it's the second shot, which is almost enough to down this little sister. As she is looking rather worse for wear at this point. And would you like to describe how Miix hits her?
Oh yeah, 100%. As soon as they come into the duel, Miix immediately just starts shooting, like wildly. Their intent here is to just put this, get this little sister out of commission, as soon as they can. Brendan is more injured, which means he'll be easy enough for the others to deal with. And then the only big bad they have to deal with left is Birgh, which ideally everybody can together. So hopefully that's the way it goes. Hopefully that's the way it goes. But yeah, so Miix is just firing shot after shot. And only 2 of them like get solid. Like imagine all the other shots like graze the little sister, but 2 of them managed to meet their mark, hit their mark. So
Yes.
they got that going.
Yeah, no, it looks like she brushes off most, but it seems like it's getting to her, the shots that connect, as she kind of like flinches and clutches at her head for a moment. And back on the party boat, Prior, you know where Miix has gone, and you know what Miix is doing. And it is now your turn.
Prior looks at Brendan beneath him and kicking off the table, raising the blade above his head. He comes down in front of Brendan, and as their eyes meet, he gives a nod and says, "I'll make this fast. We've dueled each other enough, I think." And Prior does not wait for a response as he lunges in as fast as the blade allows him to move.
Absolutely. He has no time to say anything, and you can give me a challenge 4 with your attack.
Oh, Prior's off of his game. Try spending a point of willpower. Maybe crit.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Whoa! Yep, you spoke it into existence, King.
That's a 5 success crit on a DC 4. You're
Plus
doing
3 aggravated plus 3 aggravated pale. So
yep. That
4 pale damage.
That's enough to bring him down. If you'd like to describe,
Before Brendan has a chance to speak or even comprehend, Prior has crossed him 3 times with the blade, and as he gently pushes his hand out and shoves Brendan in the chest, Brendan stumbles back and feels the weight of the damage drag him onto the ground for a second.
Brendan looks exhausted, barely able to stand, and Birgh just kind of snaps. Go. You can't beat the old man like that. As Brendan retreats.
Guess it's just you and me now, kid. No. And my allies.
I can take all of you. Even wherever that one went.
Prior squares his feet. Why don't you show me?
Birgh runs at you. And Next up, two of his little siblings have gone down. So not this turn, but next turn, Birgh will gain 2 offense level up for the 2 siblings that have gone down. As he comes in with a punch at you. Challenge 12, reduced to 6, Dex Athletics.
Yeah. Briar subtracts 2 successes, doesn't he?
Oh, he does. Yes, from his defensive paralysis.
Okay. I still pass!
Oh my gosh.
Birgh comes in to clock Prior, and Prior steps back. Birgh is throwing everything he has, and it is everything in Prior's tank to stay 1 step ahead of him. This is not a fight like it was against Greta. This is not a fight against the Maestro where Prior started to feel more in control. Prior knows that if he lets more than one of these attacks connect on him, he is not going to be having a very good day.
He kind of growls in anger when he sees it miss again. And he's gonna throw another punch at you.
Yeah, I think my luck is gonna run out eventually, chat.
No, just lock in.
And that's a challenge 6.
Yep, -1 DC. Or -1 from fatigue. Oh my god!
What did I say?
As
Wow.
Birgh comes in to absolute throw hits at Prior. Prior steps back. He steps back again. He is weaving around these punches. Throwing everything he has into this.
Oh my gosh. Birgh seems incredibly frustrated, catches Kai out of the corner of his vision, and throws a kick right at Kai.
Alright. Fair enough. Okay. I'm just gonna make the gift 1 because it'll balance out the points. DC 5. Or challenge 5. Oh my god, I can do this. Please. No! Okay.
Oh
God.
shit. That is 4 successes, DC 5, a failure. The kick hits you, and you've already used your resolve. So it hits you for 4 unhalved superficial red damage, which I believe, Kai, you take as superficial damage. So you're taking 2 superficial red damage, but you are inflicted with the defensive paralysis.
Great. Oh, does that redeem just now?
Oh, you know what? Yes, I just saw the redeem that went up. You know what? I'll count it now. We have another resolve. You can bring that down to 1. You take
Alright.
1
Wahoo.
superficial red
Wahoo.
damage.
But I'm still in defensive paralysis.
Yes, you still have defensive paralysis.
Okay. Thank you. I think that Kai is, though it's been a while, relatively used to being kicked in the gut really hard by a big brother. So this doesn't affect him all that much. Outside of, losing his breath for a couple seconds.
I could never stand you. And we go to the little sister's turn, who is stuck in a duel with Miix and runs at you and basically yells, "Let me out of this place," as her tattoos begin to glow. And Miix, you've brought her down to less than half health. That's a challenge 5 strength athletics to avoid this.
I believe in you, Miix. You got this.
Oh,
You get a
Let's
+2 from your
see what
gift.
happens. Yeah, I do. I'm just like psyching myself up, but we'll see what happens. Strength athletics. Oh. Well, that's a reroll. Son of a... Ow.
Oh,
Thankfully, I have my resolve.
Mm-hmm.
you do, thankfully. So that is 4 successes on a DC 5. So she hits you for 4 unhalved superficial red, which I believe you first half from the resolve. So you're taking 2. And you, yes, you also
-1, I
reduce it by -1 from your Knight of Despair armor. So you are only taking 1 superficial red damage. However, you are inflicted with the 2 defensive paralysis.
Ow.
And that resolve is coming in clutch for all of you. We go back. Oh, you are no longer in the turn order. Goodbye. Merru, it's your turn, and there's
Yep.
only 1 enemy
Yep.
still on the field.
That is true. I mean, so that's who Merru has to target. I mean, he doesn't, again. He looks at Birgh and then sees that little kid he used to know, but he's not gonna not shoot just because of that. So yeah, I mean, he can fire without hitting anyone, right? There's an angle where it's not gonna hit prior. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
directly,
you can,
directly up, I do believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can go right here.
Yes. Okay. Let me do magic bullet. What's the challenge level?
The challenge level to hit Birgh is, it would be challenge 12. It's reduced to challenge 6 because of
right.
his debuffs.
Right. And may I use my desperation dice here?
You absolutely may.
All right. So it's 4, you said.
Yes, it is. Oh, sorry. It's yes, desperation 4.
4. Okay.
Yep, challenge 6, desperation 4.
All right. Let's roll. Possible overreach. Let me re-roll there. Whew. Okay, we're safe, yeah?
Merru is
Yep.
taking some willpower damage, but I
That's
think
fine.
Yeah, you're taking 2 aggravated willpower damage, but
That is
because that's two ones with the exclamation points. But you are hitting Birgh.
Yes. Firing the first few times Merru fired magic bullet, it was just like every other time he's fired magic bullet. This time, though, it feels a bit different. He's able to do so, you know. Aim, pull the trigger, fire. But the act of knowing who he's shooting at, and doing it anyway, it does, he can feel that sting in his head, but he tries his best to ignore it as he watches the bullet hit its target.
And Birgh is going to take. That's going to be a margin of 1 + 4, 5 aggravated black damage, which Birgh takes as superficial. He does not look at all phased. If anything, though, he looks a little pained when he looks at you. You can't, again, see behind the glasses, but you can kind of see the frown on his face for just a moment before he sort of steals his expression.
That is very true, and likewise, Birgh cannot see behind Justicia, but Merru is clearly more tense than he was before, but Merru will shake it off.
And Kai, what would you like to do?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm swinging for Birgh.
Absolutely. That's going to be a challenge 12, reduced to a challenge 6 to hit him.
Alrighty. Improvised gear. Alright. I'm manifesting and praying right now. Oh my god, you're kidding. I'm also burning through my willpower really fast.
That's 3 successes on a DC 6. Would you like to reroll?
Yeah,
Or would you like willpower?
Yes, I will. Oh my god!
Go!
Oh,
Worth!
that's a crit.
Yeah.
As you come at him with an 8 success crit, that's gonna be 2 plus the margin of 2, free egg plus free from the weapon for 5 aggravated red damage. Birgh is resistant to this. And does take it as superficial. So 5 superficial red damage. He's starting to look a bit worn down now. And would you like to describe how Kai attacks?
Kai... Birgh's been... Well, Birgh kicked Kai, but Birgh's been pretty much punching this entire time, right?
Yeah.
I think rather than his usual trying to scratch someone, Kai will ball his very large paw into a fist and kind of try to rock right into Birgh's rib cage and break a couple of his ribs, because he's got all those chains around. It's probably going to hurt pretty bad.
Oh, yeah. No, it absolutely does. As you come in with that. And Miix.
Yep.
We go back to you. And the duel.
Yeah. Let me try and finish her off. I will start with black damage.
Absolutely. And that's a challenge 4 to hit. Would you like to willpower?
No, I'm just going to try my second roll. Well, I have to.
Those are both failures
Misses.
at teams.
Yep.
As Miix, would you like to describe what you try to do?
I don't know if Miix tries to do anything. They're just trying to shoot, and I think the hit that the little sister got on them earlier has just disoriented them, and it's just not working. Just Miix is not built for combat, and I think this little sister is trying to regain her bearings and is able to take advantage of Miix's inexperience.
She absolutely is, as she sees that opening and goes for it. And as she does so, back on the boat, Prior. What would you like to do?
Prior is going to try and spin on Birgh.
Absolutely.
So Birgh has been hit.
Twice. So his challenge has gone down from 12 to 11.
5.
So 6 to 5.
All right, come on, Prior. Is it worth my willpower? I really don't want to go into corrosion, and I need that to dodge.
What would you like to do?
I am going to save my willpower to dodge.
All right. Well, Prior, as you go to swing at Birgh, he whirls around and, Prior, you remember how you used to train the little siblings, right?
Yes.
How you'd often let them attack you first, finding amusement in how they would either just be unable to hit you, or if they did, how it would do nothing, and then you would retaliate.
Prior remembers it very well. He could never forget. God damn it! My own move!
And Prior, you see Birgh pulling the same move on you that you pulled on him countless times. As he grins at you and says, I learned this one from you, old man.
Prior's gonna take a point of superficial damage as he's fucking nailed in his gut. The blow comes in, and for a moment, it's almost comedic. The way that Prior swings wide and the blow comes in, and his entire body caves in, and he's knocked back, coughing and sputtering. But the fact that Birgh goes immediately after cuts any laughter that could come up from Prior's throat as he realizes he just got nailed by an imitation of his own technique.
And I believe that was taking, you have the resolve on you. You took 1 superficial red damage.
Superficial damage, yep.
Yep. And it's Birgh's turn again.
All right.
As Birgh goes to punch you.
Now, Cinna.
Yes.
His DCs are increased because his siblings went down last round, right?
They are. His siblings did go down. So this is now a challenge 12 reduced to 6, but back to 8.
Okay. Okay. That's why I saved my willpower. I fail.
The punch connects with you as you take the 6th unhapped superficial red, which, thanks to Gaze, I believe, because he's looking right at you.
Yep.
Oh! Wait, I'm double checking.
Yep, I just pulled it
it's
up.
unhalved.
Yeah, so Prior takes 5 damage.
Yep.
Yep.
And he's going to, seeing you down and Kai right next to you, go to throw a punch right toward Kai. And Kai, that's going to be a challenge 8 to dodge.
That's not real.
It is.
Yeah, unfortunately. So that's like not going to happen, but we'll roll anyway. Yeah, I'm not willpowering that.
So Kai, you are taking 6 unhalved superficial red. You still have a resolve on you. So you did, Oh, I just realized, Kai, you would have failed every way. Technically, you were rolling 2 less dice, but it doesn't matter. Your defensive paralysis is gone, so... but it doesn't matter. You failed by so much that I don't think it had any effect. But you did, you don't have a resolve left, actually. Unlike Miix and Merru. So yeah, Kai.
Just my usual red defense, then?
Just your usual red defense, which means you take...
You take that as superficial, so you're taking 3 damage after halving.
Yep, so you take 3 superficial damage.
Okie dokie.
And 4 bleed.
And 4 bleed.
Oh my god. Kai is going to die. Alright.
And seeing that, and seeming to see Kai on the ground and Prior also not doing good, Birgh remembers your conversation before. Birgh remembers the fact, too, that Prior always liked you more, no matter what he did. And Kai, he's going to try to grab you.
Oh my god.
And throw you. So this is going to be a challenge 8 with the debuffs and then the, now his new buff taken into account. So you can make me a challenge 8 Dex Athletics. Remember the +1 when you factor in your own buffs and debuffs.
Great.
Oh, wait. There's one other thing that happens. But
4D?
not right yet. We see if you dodge first.
Okay. Okay. No, it was really close. Wait, I'm gonna reroll. I'm gonna willpower, I mean. Oh my god.
Birgh, yeah. Birgh tries to go to grab and throw you. But Kai, you're able to move out of the way.
I think both of us are drunk. I mean, you know.
Both of you are drunk right now. Birgh and you are both drunk.
You're both drunk but clashing at difficulty 8. Like, this is the most impressive thing any of us have ever seen, and it's neither of you at your full potential.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. And with that, we go back to this little sister. Miix, you currently have a defensive paralysis on you, so you're going to have a -2 dice to it, which is going to negate your, bonus dice from prior.
Well, that's how the cookie crumbles.
As this little sister throws a punch at you, and it's going to be a challenge 5 strength athletics.
And it hits.
And Miix, you still have 1 resolve left, because we had a resolve from Sky, and then we had a resolve from Fumi. So the second resolve from Fumi activates here.
That's only 1 superficial damage after all the reductions.
I
Yep.
roll well.
1 superficial red damage. And the little sister just kind of looks down at you and is like, I don't know why you brought me here and want to fight me alone, but I'm the one who's coming out of this place. Do you say anything to her, Miix?
No.
And back at the boat, Merru, it's your turn. You've been watching Birgh, pulverize Prior and Kai.
Yeah. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to activate Justicia right now.
Do you think he's guilty?
Who doesn't think he's guilty? Genuinely, like, I, the player, would love to use Justicia, but Merru does not think he's guilty right now.
In that case, if Merru doesn't think Birgh is guilty, Merru can't use Justicia.
Yeah, unfortunately, as much as he tries to will it into activation, he can't. He can't. So I won't be trying to activate it. I will. I can see myself being close to impaired willpower, but I will risk the overreach again, if I'm allowed. And just
All right.
you gotta hit this guy. And was it DC? What's the? Oh, how many times has he gotten hit? Just once?
He has just gotten hit, I believe. Not at all yet. So.
Oh wait, no, wait.
It was his turn.
It's the turn. Right, the top of the turn order. Right. So DC 6 or?
It will be a challenge 6 to hit him.
Oh yeah, challenge 6. Okay. Don't fail me now.
I know that's right.
That's a hit. You
Yeah.
are
I will
taking a point of aggravated willpower damage.
Fine.
But you hit him for
So close
7
to killing him, but it's fine.
successes. DC 6. That's gonna be. Let me pull out
As
his
5 egg black.
5 egg black, which he takes as 5 superficial, unhalf superficial damage.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing as before. Every time he goes to hit Birgh, it feels worse and worse. But someone has to wear him down. You know, like they have to fight. They're too far into this.
And as you do so, Kai, it's your turn. You have bleed on you, so when you attack, you will take damage.
Awesome.
Would you like to still try to attack Birgh?
Yes.
It's a challenge
Yeah.
6 to hit him.
Okay. We can do that. We're built different. If I end up willpowering, I will be sinking into aggravated willpower damage, but also I'm built different. And we will be sinking into aggravated willpower damage, but I'm built different, so it's just gonna... God damn, it's not gonna work.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh. So two things happen, Kai. The first thing that happens is when you go to attack, you take bleed. And when you take bleed, you're going to be taking 4, because you have 4 bleed on you, 4 superficial red damage.
Half to 2.
Half to 2. So you do
And
have...
then I believe halved again because of Kai's features.
Which of Kai's features?
I believe he double halves red damage.
Yes, correct. So you're only taking 1. That is correct. So Kai, you take 1 red damage. And then Birgh hits you with a move you've seen prior used before.
Oh my god.
You cannot dodge. This is unclashable. As he whirls around and punches your stomach. And you're going to be taking 2 unhalf superficial red damage, which sinks to your armor. You're only taking 1 red damage. And I believe that fills up your tracker.
I was gonna say the good news is that Kai would be in Berserker mode when he attacks.
Yes, you do enter Berserker mode. As your half health tracker is now full of superficial damage.
Okay. This is good. This is fine. Everything's good.
And Miix, you are still trapped with this little sister.
All right, it's about time to finish this. I will roll to hit.
Absolutely. It's challenge 4 to hit her.
You got this. It's gonna be a crit. It's gonna be a crit. It's gonna get all the damage you need. I believe.
No!
Oh. You have 1 more attack. Oh,
Okay.
but there's the crit. There's the crit you needed. So the first one, it was only 3 successes. Even with the willpower roll for a failure. But then, Miix, you crit with your second shot, dealing, she just needed a couple more points of damage, and with this free damage, that's just enough to down her. Would you like to describe it? Both your attack and as the duel ends.
I think Miix is just frustrated. Frustrated because they're still here, despite the fact that they really should be with the others. Frustrated the fact that this is all happening in the first place. Frustrated that everything has been working against them, and they just shove the little sister back like a bit, and just start shooting with the living, just spray and pray style. The little sister can't even do anything except block, and then suddenly it stops, and then the little sister sort of has her arms in front of her eyes. As soon as the shooting stops, she like puts them down. Miix is gone, and then she just hears the sound of a gun shifting to the side of her, and Miix just fires the dead point blank into her head, and says, "Shut the fuck up!" And they suddenly shatter and break out of this place.
The ice shatters. And the two of you return. The little sister is on the ground. And Miix, were you aiming to kill with that attack?
That is a dangerous question. That is a dangerous question. I think the butterfly would want Miix to have done it. But unlike someone like Merru, who is in a contract of sorts, Miix has the ability to prevent that. And so they do not. They simply aim to immobilize this person.
She looks to be not doing well, clutching at her head. When you both reappear, the ice having shattered, clearly in no state to fight, but still alive, as the other siblings pull her out and away. And with all the little siblings gone, Birgh heals
Oh, that's fun.
for 5 health.
Great. Awesome.
And also, he does get another offense up. So he's now at +3 offense up.
Okay.
And Prior,
As-
it's your turn.
As Miix comes back, Prior turns and goes, "Are you all right?"
I'm fine.
Huh. Prior,
I
honestly,
will say,
Prior is... Okay, yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I will say, is it just you, or is the patch on Miix's cheek starting to... Is that ice part starting to spread a little? But
Okay.
Miix will say they're fine.
Okay, everyone is suffering. Prior is currently injured. If he gets hit with another volley like that, he is dead. So Prior is going to pull out a healing ampule and use it on himself.
Absolutely. Is he trying to be subtle about using it, or is he just using it?
No, absolutely no subtlety here. I mean, it's not against the rules.
Oh, absolutely. Go for it. Go for it.
Prior pulls out what looks like a K Corp healing ampule and injects it into himself. I am going to add my desperation to this because I need it.
Absolutely. I also noticed there's another resolve from Marcus. So all of you get a resolve. Steal yourselves against the next red attack. Merru, you still have free resolve on you.
Yeah.
Prior takes a point of aggravated willpower damage, but does not matter as he is going to heal 4 health. Oh no, the ampules are +2, so he is going to heal all of his health. Prior lets out a gasp as he throws the ampule aside and cracks his neck.
What, old man? You're not relying on the machine to heal you anymore?
Have some faith in me. A promise is a promise, isn't it, Birgh? I said I'd fight you as I was.
He grins at that and kind of says, all right, well then let me show you this. And leaps into the air over here, turns toward all of you, and Prior, you see him assume a very familiar stance. One that Kai would also recognize as the tattoos on his body begin to glow a bright purple. And that is Birgh's turn.
Prior's eyes turn into pinpricks, and he whispers loud enough for the managers to heal and says, "Get to cover, get to cover, get to cover!"
Maybe can the managers run?
Yeah, Merru, what would you like to do? Would you like to try to attack, or would you like to listen to Prior and get to cover?
I mean, Merru, you know, he does remember the conversation that he and Prior had when they were sat on the beach together before they left on the boat, where Prior had told him that if something like this were to happen, then to make sure to stay back. And I mean, Merru has always been the type to metaphorically put his own mask on before helping someone else out. So yeah, no, he will save his own skin and back up and get the cover.
Absolutely. Merru, you are able to. There are either strings above or there are boxes you can hide behind. You can basically, skipping your turn instead of attacking, you can use your turn to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And I will say, you all feel the light wash over you, and you can all heal a point of health as you all scramble. Kai, what would you like to do?
I realize that despite me, Kai the player, knowing that the smart thing would be to listen to Prior and get to cover, in-game Kai has the self-preservation instincts of a wet sponge, and would probably go into lunge and attack Birgh, even though he is probably going to be very dangerous in a second.
Absolutely. Reminder, you still have 4 bleed on you. Or 2 bleed on
awesome.
you. Because it happened
Cool.
at the end of the turn. So, but would you like to attack? It's going to be a challenge 6 to hit him. Challenge 12, but he is debuffed.
Yes. I take the bleed when I attack, so like we just healed a point of HP, so I'm not in Berserker anymore. But if I were to take the bleed before the attack, then I would click it. I was just wondering if I should or shouldn't do that.
Oh, you take
It's
the
okay if
bleed
not.
when you attack. If that's what
Okay.
you're asking. So even if
yeah,
you miss.
so in that case, I would say that you can take the damage and then get your Berserker mode.
Awesome.
Oh,
gonna
yes,
do
you can take
that.
the bleed first. Yeah, so you would take
Yeah.
2 bleed, which is reduced down to 1. I won't count that as your resolve because you'd reduce it to 1 anyway.
Yeah.
And it goes from 2 bleed on Kai to 1 bleed now on Kai. And now you can attack
Okie dokie.
in your Berserker mode.
Challenge 6. Please. I feel like I can do better than that. I know I'm corroding, but I don't care. Well, it's something.
So,
Got the
7
plus 5
success-
damage, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say 7 successes, DC 6. You have a bonus 2 from your Berserker mode, so you're doing margin of 1 plus 5 for 6 aggravated red damage, which Birgh does convert to superficial.
Mm-hmm.
So that's gonna be 2, 3, or I should say unhalf superficial. 4, 5, 6. He doesn't even seem very phased, despite the new wounds that appear on his body as you attack him. Concentrated on this attack. And Miix, what would you like to do?
I think it's Miix sees this, and they immediately try to do another like Snow Queen duel, but they feel this like immense pain in their head, sort of like pang, as they've pushed themselves so far and they just can't do it again. And so Miix, knowing full well that they can't do anything here, they have to retreat and find cover.
Absolutely. Miix, you are able to retreat and get out of the way of what's about to hit. And Prior, what would you like to do?
Prior is going to try and take the dodge action. Yeah, you know what? Prior's just going to take the dodge action.
Absolutely. With dodging, I believe that would give you
An extra dice, and I don't take the fatigue penalty.
absolutely.
Prior's like, Prior looks across where Birgh is charging up. Oh no. Prior stands his ground, readies himself with the blade. This is simple math. Birgh is going to throw this attack where he feels he can do the most damage. Prior doesn't take cover because the only way to ensure the minimal number of casualties is to maximize the distance between the heaviest available target and everyone else. Prior stands, blade on the ground, reaching out a hand and says, "Come on, Birgh! Let's see how much stronger you've gotten!"
Birgh says, as those tattoos flare, "Oh, I'll show you, old man, how much stronger I've become." As he aims the full strength of his attack right at you, Prior, with you as the main target, it is unclashable for you. You cannot dodge this. Everyone else in the area, in the immediate area, is still getting hit. Miix and Merru took cover instead of doing anything else, so they are safe. Kai, you will have to make a challenge. It went from 12 to 6, it's at 9. With the little siblings down, you'll have to make a challenge 9 Dex Athletics.
Well,
If you could do that for me right now.
It's like not gonna happen. I'm sorry, do I have any... I think it's just the +1 from the gift.
Yep. You only
Yeah.
have that +1.
I honestly, that's pretty good for what I could have done, but...
Oh, wait, why is the difficulty 9?
For Kai, because it's challenge 12, it's reduced to 6 from the debuffs, but it's up back to 9 because of the little siblings who went down.
Oh god, that sticks around? Oh
Yep.
god!
That sticks around the rest of the fight.
Well, good luck, Kai, GG.
Thank you.
So-
Kai will explode.
Birgh, let's loose.
No. Good news is that's only 4 egg for you, Kai, which you
Oh,
take as
I'm
superficial.
goated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Kai, you're only taking 4 aggravated damage. You have a resolve on you, so that's 2. And then you also take it as unhalf superficial. So that would actually be only 2 superficial red damage you're taking.
Yeah. All right.
Prior. You're taking 20 aggravated red damage, which with your resolve is only half to 10. I don't think Gaze can save you here. Yeah, wait, I don't think it can. Because
Well, Prior takes that as unhalf superficial. That immediately reduces Prior to, yeah, that does his full health tracker and aggravated damage in a single attack. Okay. All right.
As
And
this attack.
okay, hold on. Let me just GM you something real quick.
Oh, please do.
Well, actually, I can't just ask you. Is Birgh holding back in any way?
No, Birgh is letting loose everything that he has in this attack. You're dropping to 0. Birgh isn't aiming to knock you unconscious. You're not even sure, honestly, if he could, at this point, hold back.
All right, awesome.
As he lets it loose. And
No, go ahead.
no, there is an overwhelming amount of energy that tears through you. And Prior. You are outright killed by this attack.
All right. Okay.
And feel free to describe
Thank you.
as you would.
Thank you for confirming that with me in DMs. Clinically, the attack happens in a minute. Prior, Birgh comes down from above on Prior. The fist connects with his head, and Prior neck breaks immediately. His skull fractures, and his brain, along with mostly everything from the 3rd rib up, is immediately reduced to skid marks along the floor of the deck, as Prior's entire upper body is instantly eviscerated in the time it takes him to blink. Prior is outright killed. His brain is destroyed.
What did you think of that, old man? And Birgh kind of looks and sees what Prior's been reduced to, and sort of just hey, listen, old man, get back up, okay? We're not finished here, all right? So, stop. You're fucking with me. I know you're fucking with me, Dad. Old man. So quit pretending in front of everyone here like you're dead. And Birgh will take 2 aggravated white damage. That can't be reduced at all. Merru, what is your reaction?
Shock? Like, are you asking me, like it's my turn, or just to say what Merru's thinking?
What Merru's thinking, but then what Merru does.
Okay. I think Merru just stares at first. I mean, he expected prior to get, beat up really bad, but not that at all. I think seeing that happen probably makes him start to tremble a bit, with an unknowable emotion. If I may, roll
Yes.
Justicia.
Oh yeah, you absolutely may. Does Merru think Birgh is guilty now?
What's the challenge level?
The challenge level is challenge level 2.
Yeah. So I think without thinking, I think that cyan glow begins to leak from Merru's left eye, and the wisps flicker from in between the cracks of his Justicia wrappings, and the ego gift, it flares into activation as Merru, I guess, jumps back down into the fray. I mean, Birgh looked up to him in the past. He looked up to the old Merru on, in the back streets, but that Merru isn't here. I mean, the only part of Merru that survived District 23 is the, the man who would do anything to survive, even if it meant watching others fall before him. But I mean, he never expected anyone to die. He didn't mean for this to happen when he ran. I mean, he thought prior said he really did, and it's not his fault that he thought that. It's the fault of the person in front of him. And just like Merru isn't in the backstreets anymore, neither is Birgh. I mean, Birgh is the reason why Merru isn't going home at this point. And Birgh is the reason that Merru is going through this again. So, if I may fire magic bullet at him, can I?
Absolutely. You may.
Okay.
And I will let you know that his challenge has gone from 12 to 6, but is reduced again by another 2.
Okay, so it's 4?
It's only 4.
Okay, and what is the desperation as? It's still at 4? Or...
Desperation's at 5 right now.
I'm using it. Okay, please.
Whoa.
I'm willpower re-rolling. I don't care how close I am to corroding. Yeah. Merru,
And
yeah, as he, runs forward, actually, I think first when he drops down, he kind of stands there for a moment and slowly walks forward, but then when he, lifts up Magic Bullet, he starts to run a bit faster, and he goes, "How could you do that? What did you do?" And he fires the bullet without thinking twice. He doesn't care.
And Merru, you are doing, that's 10 successes on a DC 4 with the margin and Magic Bullet. You're doing 10 aggravated damage. So Birgh is taking 10 superficial black damage. He looks like he's really not doing well as the bullet hits. And he shouts back, I didn't do anything. He's still alive, okay? He's still alive. He's just fucking around and pretending to be dead.
Why do you fuck around with your guts on the floor?
You don't... I mean, it's not supposed to take this long, but...
Merru doesn't reply because when he looks down at Pryor's corpse, he is unable to look away. Jasisha is still active at Birgh, but he can't help himself by staring at Pryor, or what was Pryor, I guess. And he feels frozen.
Merru, you notice that despite what Birgh's claiming, the longer he keeps looking down, the more uncertain he starts to see and sound.
Yeah, no, Merru is very visibly shaking.
And Kai, how do you react? And what do you do?
When Pryor is, for lack of better terms, liquefied, Kai should, for all intents and purposes, stop fighting entirely to run to his side and, I don't know, try to dumbly scoop his guts back into the right shape, but instead, he steels himself, flexing his claws, and draws a newer, rawer anger that is more direct, with more of a reason now than just whatever their petty rivalry was. Pryor said to focus on his own survival, and the buzz still from the Ankafelin gives him a more steady peace of mind than he'd have otherwise. I think he will concentrate as much as he possibly can into lunging for Birgh, not giving him the satisfaction of knowing whether or not the old man is fucking around. Quote unquote.
Absolutely. As Kai lunges, Kai, that's going to be a challenge to attack him.
Alrighty. If I roll badly, this is going to be so embarrassing. You're kidding. I'm still gonna willpower. I mean, well, no, actually, no, because it's +1, or is it like a margin? Like the more I roll, the better it is. So I should.
Yes, you get
Yeah.
the margin +5 from your berserker mode.
Yep, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
10 successes, difficulty 4. You are doing 6 + 5 for 11 damage. Which he does take as superficial. But that's still 11 superficial damage. Oh yeah, no, he is not doing well at this point. If you want to describe how Kai attacks.
Kai doubled back and he had punched him in the rib cage before, and he probably broke a couple of ribs. This breaks through a couple of ribs. If it's chill with the court, I would like to say that one of his bones probably punctured his lung, and Birgh is not looking so hot like you said, because his internal organs are looking more and more like his external organs.
Yep. Yeah. No, they are. They are at the moment. And Kai, you did still have that one bleed on you, I believe.
Yeah.
So you do take, as the last of the bleed heals up, a point of red damage.
All right.
Superficial red damage.
Kai, I don't even think winces at that.
And Miix, how do you react? What do you do?
Hmm. Mm. Miix has to keep moving. He's gone. Just like that. And it's the same way that it was when she died. Same way it was when he died. Just like both of them and all the others. This time it can't be any different. Miix can't allow it because it's just what they've seen. They've seen so much of it. And there's nothing Miix can do to change it. Right now, they can't think about vengeance or anger or sorrow. They need to survive. They need to live, 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 live. That word keeps repeating over and over in Miix's head. And it's selfish, but it's not unfamiliar. Miix is going to do anything to survive now.
And Miix, what would you like to do?
Hmm.
In order to survive.
I think Miix will. You know what, Mr. DM? Question:
Yes.
Miix has their own ampule, right?
Miix does have their own ampule, yes.
I would like Miix to use that on themselves right now,
Absolutely.
if I may. I
You
would
may
like
do
to
so.
go ahead and make that roll.
That would
Using.
be
Go
an
ahead.
int medicine check.
Would I argue for technology instead?
You know what? They are technology. I never considered that, but I will give you that.
Thank you very much. What is the challenge?
The challenge would be I believe that our challenge for these is DC challenge free.
Cool. And then would I maybe say desperation, considering Miix is trying to figure out how these work,
You know what? I will give you desperation for that because Miix has not actually used one of these before.
And then what is the desperation level, if I may ask?
You're all at desperation 5.
5. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah. So that's a crit.
Oh shit, that's a crit. Yeah, no, that's gonna be 8 successes on DC free. Plus the margin of 2. So Miix would be healing for 5, 6, 7. 7 damage.
7 damage.
Is it health or willpower that Miix is healing?
Willpower.
Miix can heal their willpower. And I will say, Miix, you used up your ampule that you were holding on to.
Yeah.
But you know that Prior had more ampules on him.
Actually, if I may intervene, I think Miix took Merru's ampule, right?
Oh,
Before?
Miix took Merru's?
Before, back during the ring.
Oh, Miix used Merrow's ampule on himself, not on Miix.
Yes.
No, they have
Yes.
their own, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just saying they probably still have it.
What? Well, no, because I think did we restock on ampules?
No, you have had.
Because from what I remember, Miix used that ampule on Mayor's ampule on Merru, and then they still have their own, which is they use now, I believe. But anyways.
Yes. Basically, you all had an ampule. Merru's ampule was used on Merru by Miix. regardless, Miix, you still had an ampule, which you now have used on yourself.
Yes.
But you know that Prior has an ampule on him as well. If you want to retrieve that one from the body.
Okay. In that case, yeah, Miix has to live. At this point, they have to survive. And they will take the ampule.
Absolutely. Prior, does Miix notice anything about Prior's body when Miix takes the ampule?
Blood pools out around the floor around Prior. Inside his body, you would notice that there are these weird fleshy growths along what remains of his organs. And does Miix have any dots in medicine?
No. However,
Perfect.
Miix has dots in occult.
Yeah,
I don't
there
know.
are
Good.
strange fleshy growths inside of Prior's body, and they vaguely remind you of some of the suppressed abnormalities and the weird, intricate designs that line the inside of their bodies when they go into their eggs. However, there is not a sign of life to be found, and gaze quickly begins to fall apart as the ego dies with the shell.
Miix sees that, and a thought begins to hatch in their head, but it doesn't matter anymore, and they will take the ampules. I'm sure Merru's too occupied with like rage and grief, but he would see Miix taking those. But yeah, that is what Miix will do. It's about survival.
Absolutely. And you all, at least the ones of you who are still alive, all feel light wash over you and regain a point of sanity damage.
That's nice.
And on Prior's turn, I remove him from the initiative. As we go to Birgh's turn, Birgh takes a deep breath, shaking a bit, the chains rattling as he trembles. And Kai, you're standing right in front of him as he goes to punch you.
Great. Okie dokie. The challenge is 6.
The challenge
Or
was
is it less
12,
than...
reduced
Yeah.
to 6, went to 9. So it was 12, 6 from all the debuffs you put on Birgh, up to 9 from losing the little siblings, and now is down to 7 from Prior's death.
Okay.
Yep, challenge 7.
Well, I mean, it's... Yeah. Guy's not, like, the world's best at dodging, especially after having Samantha Felon, regardless of having a gift or not.
Hi. You are taking 6 unhalved. 6 unhalved superficial red damage. You do first get to have it from the resolve. You also get, I believe, sorry, I'm grabbing this right now. Because of your armor, you take it as superficial instead. So it's going to get halved from 6 to free from the resolve that Marcus redeemed, and then down to free. We go 6 to free and then halved again, this
To
time
2?
to 2. So you're taking 2 superficial red damage and 4 bleed inflicted on you. As he strikes at you again and says, you know he's not dead, right? He's still... and kicks at you this time. And that's going to be challenge 11 to 5 to 8 and down to 6 for a challenge 6 as he lashes out at you.
This is the Kai dies and sorry. This is the Kai is not doing so well, because he's not that good at dodging, especially under the influence show. I listen.
Would you like to willpower, Kai?
I mean, yeah. I do have a question as for a certain ability that Kai can use just once.
Yes.
I was wondering if I might be able to use it for the bleed, because I don't want Kai to knock out entirely, but also it can just be used for regardless of what it is.
Oh, bleed is only when you attack. When he hits you, right now, you would be taking 4 unhalved superficial red damage, which would be reduced to 2.
Mhm.
So would you like to use your Scars from a Wolf, or would you like to save that?
I guess I'd like to save that.
All right.
Kai's getting dangerously close.
Oh, I will say this might change your mind and have you instead, because as he hits you here,
great.
you do take an extra +1 damage. So Kai would be taking from this attack 4 unhalved superficial red because of his ego is reduced to 2. But then it would be an additional +1. So Kai would be taking free damage here.
Yeah, I can't have that, so I'm gonna Scars from a Wolf that.
Absolutely.
And he feels his back and arms and legs tearing open with new wounds, but it's pain that he's used to rather than something that'll leave him down for the count, which he really cannot be right now. And he manages to steel himself.
And he attempts to grab you, Kai. And this one is a challenge 7, once all things are applied, strength athletics.
Question. With Prior's gift, it was 2. I remember we halved it to 1. Was that because the Anka fell in, so it's actually still 2?
It is only a +1 that you get.
It's only 1.
The
Okay.
gift is +2, but the Anka fail in because this is still a dodge.
Okay, cool. Great. Awesome. Boof. Please? Oh my god.
Kai, you are sent flying into Merru when he throws you, and you are taking 4 on half superficial, which is reduced because of your ego, down to 2. So you are taking 2 damage.
Mm-hmm.
I think that does reduce you to 0, but
No.
Birgh wasn't. Oh, it doesn't.
I have 1.
You're still on 1 health?
Yeah.
All right, in that case, yeah, you are thrown into Merru, holding on to 1 health. And Birgh just kind of straightens up and says, "This isn't over. He's still pretending. I don't know why he's fucking around, but this duel isn't over until I defeat the 3 of you."
I will not affirm Berg's beliefs about Prior being alive or not. This is a dumb question because it probably just is the end of his turn. He cannot heal himself with the healing ampules he has on him, right? Like that would have to wait.
That would have to wait. You cannot heal the same turn you attack.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, thank you.
And Merru, we go to your turn.
Yeah. When Kai gets thrown into Merru, do they both topple over? Would imagine, right?
Yeah, you both. It's not going to be any mechanic penalty, but you
Yeah.
both do topple over.
Yeah. As when they topple over, I think Merru instinctively kind of grabs onto Kai. And he, for a moment, they both kind of just are on the ground. As Merru, he's still shaking from everything, but he takes a brief look at Kai and sees the state that Kai is in, but Merru can't do anything about that. Which only stresses him out even more. So I think all he can do in that case is move himself so he is able to get back up. And he's locked on to Birgh, so he has to shoot Birgh. So that's what Merru's gonna do, is shoot Birgh.
Absolutely. It is a challenge 4 to shoot Birgh.
All right, and I am using as many dice as I can. Desperation 5. Okay.
That's a hit.
I will willpower again. Actually, wait.
Or do you want to save that willpower?
You know what? Yes, I will save the willpower. I'm not like about to corrode, but I'm getting there.
In that case, you're doing 8 successes. That's going to be 4 plus 4, 8 aggravated damage turned into unhalf superficial. And when you strike, for a moment, well, first, would you like to describe Merru's shot?
Unlike last time, which was Merru's natural response to what he just saw, this time there's a bit of a difference. There's almost an eerie silence this time. After he stood up, where you can't see the look behind Justicia, but there is a blank look in his eyes as he fires the bullet this time. He doesn't care what happens. He's simply shooting his target. That's all.
As the bullet strikes, for a moment, you see him buckle down on one knee. At this point, very badly injured. And then he heals for 10 health, rising to his feet and says, I can't let it be over here. I won't allow it to be. I know that he's still alive and that I haven't beat him or all of you yet. And Kai, what would you like to do?
I mean, at least it's his last stand, right?
It says it.
Okay, wait, no. Kai needs to heal himself. That needs to happen. What am I doing? I need to heal.
And you've all been hit by another resolve.
Fantastic. I need to roll to heal. I need int medicine.
Indeed.
What would the DC for that be?
DC free.
Okay. Alright. You're gonna use up an ampule. I am going to spend willpower to... I'm not doing very well. You're kidding! Whatever. Okay, well, it's...
That's still a margin of 1 and +2, so you get to heal for free health.
Thank you, Mr. DM.
Absolutely.
Slightly less dying.
And
yeah.
Miix, what would you like to do as you see him rise back to his feet, looking like he has no intentions of stopping?
Miix has the ampules.
Miix does.
What? Birgh is back on his feet, which is scary.
You know you can attack him. You know you could heal Kai. What do you choose to do? You also know Prior's corpse is on the ground, but there's not much you can do there.
Yeah. Live. Survive. That is what's on Miix's mind. So why are they moving forward? Why are they drawing tall moment again? Why are they trying to fight Birgh? There's no way they're gonna win. Why are they shouting at the other two to run? It's just nothing but the sound of ringing. We don't hear anything. We don't hear Miix shout, run to the other two. We don't hear the shots that are fired. We don't hear the desperate breathing. And I will go ahead and try and hit Birgh. What is the challenge?
Absolutely. It is a challenge 4. It was a challenge 6, but with Prior's death.
The first will be with white damage this time. Why not?
Absolutely.
And the second will be with... I'll reroll that. Why not? And then the second will be with black damage. And that will also be a reroll.
Absolutely. The first one, your one with white damage, misses with 3 successes on a DC 4. But your second one with 6 successes hits its mark, and with a margin of 2, you are dealing 5. Oh, that's your second one. So you are dealing 2 aggravated black damage.
Miix is shooting Birgh and trying to focus his attention on them. And it's reckless, it's stupid, it goes against what they would normally do. And it's not that they're angry or that they're seeking vengeance. They aren't. Truthfully, they aren't. But there's this almost frustration inside them that keeps getting just a little bit louder. Just a little bit louder. And it's just wild shots at this point. So many of them miss their mark. But that's not what Miix cares about right now. For some reason, the only thing they can see in their head is her. Would this be what she would want? And that is their turn.
Miix, Birgh, despite how injured he is, seems to almost bat the butterflies away. And Prior, I think something happened.
Yes, I think it is time. From the puddle of blood, the corpse begins to shake. Faint signals traveling up the nerves begin to cause the spine to twitch horrifically, like zapping the body of a dead frog. The legs seem to kick for a moment. The spine curls in like a dying spider. The body seems to want to compress itself in like a ball or an egg. And then the sound starts. The bubbles begin to form as this grinding noise of bones churning bones begins to sound. The muscles flay out, opening up like flowers, blooming under the light of the stars, revealing what has always been hiding beneath them. Eyes, lidless and bloodshot, fingers gripping organs in arrangements and places they should not be. And then you see the faces, pulling themselves out from the depths of Pryor's body where they were hiding. His victims, not to escape, but to rebuild their prison. Limbs grow and lash out violently from the inside of what remains of the former Big Brother, root-like structures plumping, growing fat and filled with blood and viscera, constructed of hearts and kidneys stitched together with hair and bound with fingernails into structures that reinforce into scaffolding that becomes a cage. Chicken wire in the shape of a man as the flesh inside of Pryor begins to devour itself like a school of piranhas. Fingers tear each other off of hands and use themselves to create new rib cages off of his spine. Hands grasp at the tiny chunks of brain matter scattered across the deck, roots already growing out of them, attaching themselves back together as the brain is dragged back into a reconstructed skull, pushing together wayward hands until the disgusting lump is back where it belongs and folds are massaged into it. Skin snakes its way up from his legs, pulled by fingers like a tarp over the inhumane reconstruction that should never have been seen and always left behind the curtain. Until Pryor is at last covered again, eyes squeezing their ways into his skull, as he stands up of a power not of his own control. Hands and limbs crawl like spiders back inside of his jaw, and as Pryor forces his mouth shut, there's the sound of crunching bone and squelching flesh as he takes off 3 fingers that were too slow to retreat back inside of him. There's a horrific vomiting sound as a sea of vestigial organs and chunks of bones drip down his chin and onto the ground. With a few horrific choking coughs, Big Brother Pryor stands alive again, blood dripping down his chin, looking no different than the day you met him.
I fucking knew it, old man. Fuck you.
He grabs at his skull and claws fingernails down his scalp, the wounds quickly repairing themselves as he looks down at his blood-soaked hands and forces them together. You hit harder than I remember. I'll give you that, Birgh. Far harder than I remember.
Birgh grins, taking off the sunglasses, and there's a shine in his eyes, and he says, "And you take so much longer than I remember, old man. What the fuck, Dad? What the fuck, old man? What took you so long? as he gets back into a fighting stance.
Gaze, the shell now alive, quickly clings to life like Prior does himself, the ego salvaged by the speed of which Prior returned. He grips his weapon in one hand, knowing that he'll have to explain to the managers later what just happened. He points. Remember, this is a duel, managers. Bring the big brother low. I'll be fine. Prior steps forward, standing before Birgh. And I do actually believe Prior does get his turn, doesn't he?
He does. He does indeed get his
Then
turn.
he brings his blade up, and with that ancient glint in his eyes, there is this mournful, ancient weight of years, matching the eyes of so much younger, and with so much potential Prior stole from them. Difficulty 4?
Difficulty 4. He knows you're alive now, but it's the same turn.
Prior brings the blade low, and Birgh steps out of the way. Prior ends his turn.
Still getting your bearings, old man?
Prior laughs, and an eyeball falls out of his mouth. What? I'm a long way from home.
Birgh grins and rushes in with a punch. Challenge 9. Prior
Prior
dodges.
steps back from the dodge. His skin seems to crawl over his body. He's not smiling, but faces begin to imprint themselves against his jaw as he winces, and the impression of something beneath his skin fades away.
Birgh attempts to hurl Prior as he tries to grapple you. And this is going to be...
Yeah, DC 9?
Yep, but please go ahead and say what you're going to say.
No, I don't think Prior is escaping this one, but he is still going to give it his honest try. You know, I'll make an effort for it. Doesn't quite. Prior is grasped in those hands, and Birgh can feel fingers pushing out from under the ego suit.
Birgh seems unfazed, almost used to this, as he throws you back, Prior, and you'll take I believe we had a resolve that happened. So 4 on half superficial red, halved down to 2.
And then -1 for
Your
red
ego
defense.
defense.
Prior takes the point of damage.
And you, Birgh looks at Merru this time and lunges forward, pretty much shoving past Kai. I told you, didn't I? I told you that he'd be back. As he goes to kick you. And that's going to be a
Alright.
challenge 8, Dex Athletics.
Let's see. I still have the gift, the modifier?
You do still have the gift modifier.
Okay, well that's 8 dice with an 8 challenge level. Desperation time! Again. Alright,
Yes.
I will willpower that.
Absolutely.
And I still fail. That's okay.
You do fall into despair.
Yeah. No, yeah. How much damage do I take?
You're taking, there was a resolve. You still have 4 stacks of resolve on you. So you are taking 4 on half superficial red. That's halved down to 2. And then because of your ego, you minus another 1. So you are taking only 1 red damage. You do have defensive paralysis inflicted on you, however.
That's okay. I guess when Merru is kicked, he tries to dodge, but he's just in such shock that he's not able to move in time. And as he is kicked to the floor, magic bullet clatters out of his hands, not far enough away that he can't grab it, but it's out of his hands, and he lifts himself up onto his elbows, staring up at Birgh, and he goes, I thought he was dead. How did he come back?
He didn't tell you? Birgh kind of looks surprised at that, and you can see his eyes now as his gaze darts to Prior. That golden gaze looking to Prior, then back at Merru, and he just kind of says, "Doesn't matter though, he always comes back."
That makes no sense. When people die, they die.
Well, not him!
Merru, he has no reply to that. He's shaking his head, but he has no response. Even at one point, lifts up Justicia, and the sign fades. And you can see now how it's a mixture of just confusion, despair, all of that. He has no idea what to make of what's going on right now, but he doesn't respond.
And Merru, we pass to your turn.
Yeah, takes him a moment, but he eventually reaches out and grabs Magic Bullet again, and scoots himself back and shakily stands back up. And even though he doesn't know what to think right now, he's thinking nothing and too much at the same time. He's still going to fire. I mean, I can't use my desperation anymore, or Justicia, but he's still going to fire.
Absolutely.
What's the challenge level again?
Challenge back up to 6.
6?
Yep.
I will willpower that.
An 8 crit.
Yup.
That's gonna be 6 black damage.
Yep. How does Birgh look from this?
When it hits, he looks like he's not doing well. Like he
Okay.
doesn't have much left in him, but there's still that fighting spirit in his eyes. There's still a little bit left that he can keep going.
Yeah, no. Merru, he doesn't say anything when he shoots magic bullet. He's clearly trembling still, but of course it's magic bullet. It doesn't matter how much he trembles as long as the bullet was meant to hit its target, and it was. Even despite what's going through Merru's head right now, he still keeps picking up the gun and shooting, and he's being rewarded.
And Kai, what would you like to do?
You said Birgh was like really not doing well.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got that fighting spirit in his eyes, but like he's,
Oh yeah, no. He's currently on like his last legs. Like he's still got a little bit left, but he's not looking in good shape.
Then Kai will go to attack him. He is not berserk or anything.
Absolutely.
What is the DC for that?
It's a challenge 6 to attack him.
The challenge. My fault.
No, you're good. We alternate between the two.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I am really close to running out of willpower, but I'm still gonna go anyway. Oh my god.
Just be goaded.
Oh my
Just
gosh.
be goaded.
Yeah, I
A
just had to
crit.
be goaded. I forgot.
8 successes, DC 6. So you're going to be doing, you're not berserk anymore, but you're still doing 5 aggravated red damage. And Birgh will take that.
Fantastic. But he's not down.
He is still standing, unfortunately. He's so close to being taken down.
No, that's all right. I wasn't sure because I was gonna say like if it was that Kai Prior, even though he knew that Prior would come back because he's seen it before, it was still very upsetting to see that happen because it's been a very long time since he has seen that happen. And I would say that he's probably calmed down a little bit. Like he wouldn't be trying to go for like a fully lethal blow. He's not quite aiming to kill anymore.
Absolutely. And Miix, what would you like to do?
I think that Miix will... Oh my gosh. Well... I'll just figure it out later. And Miix will go ahead and shoot, if I may, Mr. DM.
Absolutely. It's a challenge 6 to hit.
Start off with black. And then white. We'll re-roll that one. Could I be goated?
Let's go!
We'll take it. We take those.
So, you did miss one shot. Your second one hits. And with 6 successes on DC 6, you do 1 white damage against him. However, because of the first miss, he lunges at you, and you're punched in the gut, Miix, for 2 unhalf superficial red damage, which is reduced to 1 because of those resolves redeemed before. You still had 1 sitting on you.
Gotcha.
And you all can see him breathing heavily as he says, "Not over yet." And Prior, what would you like to do?
Prior, from where he was thrown, moves to the side. He takes the blade in one hand, circling around behind as Birgh closes in for the punch. It has always been Birgh's weakness. So fixated. So distracted by happiness. Happiness. How jealous Prior was that Birgh could know happiness instead of cold ambition. That young, youthful face could feel something other than the weight of the entire world on his shoulder, his heart, and pressing like fingers into his brain. Prior steps back, swings the sheath of Life for a Daredevil over his shoulder, and he would like to make his 1 ranged attack against Birgh.
Absolutely.
This is going to be an athletics plus dexterity, plus my ego gift bonus, plus my crumbling armor bonus at difficulty 6.
Yeah. Challenge 6.
Challenge 6. Prior tries to push himself. There is something that's changed as Prior throws, his mind distracted. The sheath whizzes by both Birgh and Miix. And as Prior stands there, he feels the will to fight, to go on. It begins to slump like flesh off his shoulders. He wonders for just a second why Birgh got to be happy and why Prior made him so miserable. That is the end of Prior's turn.
And we go to Birgh's turn. Birgh raises a fist as if he's about to punch you, Miix. And then he sort of hesitates. A slight flush on his face as he whirls around instead and aims a punch. 1 straight for Prior, 1 straight for Kai.
Awesome.
I will say, these had been up to DC 9, but you all see his endurance starting to falter as they drop back down to challenge 6.
Oh, thank God.
So I could crit in theory. I'm not rerolling that.
Prior fails and Kai fails.
Both of you take the hit, the 6 unhalf superficial red, which I believe you both had one last resolve on you. Your final ones from the stacks.
Prior takes 2 more damage.
Yep.
Yes, I would also take 2 more.
Yes. Actually, I believe, Kai, you actually are resistant, not just endure. So you only take 1.
I thought it was 6 halved to 3, and then the 3 is
Halved
also
again.
halved because
yes.
So it's 2,
2.
right?
So Kai
Yes.
takes 2.
Okay, cool.
And then, but then it's my... Oh, no, yes. Kai takes 2, Prior takes
2.
2 as well.
It's a weird quirk with the numbers.
Because the halving, yeah.
Right. And the kick is aimed at Merru. DC 6. And Merru, you can feel, as it's aimed at you, there's again almost that faltering as you all have begun to wear him down. The alcohol and drugs and enkephalin from before all affecting his body. The scene from before, watching Prior die and then come back. All his little siblings going down. What he thought was this duel. This chance to show how he's grown. You can see that exhaustion starting to take root. And you can make me that challenge. Oh, I did not hit the kick. You can make me that challenge 5.
5? All right.
Yep.
I mean, it's gonna... What does the defensive paralysis do again? That I already have?
Oh, yes, you have -2 dice to dodge.
Well, I'm not willpower rerolling that. I just...
Yeah, you have
will take the
resolve.
hit. Yeah, no, I have a resolve, so I'm not gonna willpower reroll.
Yep, you have the resolve. You're taking 2, and then the -1 from your ego. So that's 1 superficial red damage.
Okay, let me actually... Red... There we go. Alright. I will take that. Just as Birgh, his endurance is, being surely tested, so is Merru's. So...
And Merru, do you raise Magic Bullet again?
I do. Am I far enough away?
I would say that while he's in close, you could get back, especially because Prior and Kai are right there to intervene.
Okay. Yes, so I will fire then. Simple as... And what is the... Once again, what is the challenge for this hit?
It's a challenge 6 to hit him.
Challenge 6, alright.
Oh, that's just enough. 7 successes, DC 6. He had 5 health left, And even though the aggravate's converted to unhalf superficial, his boxes were all already filled with superficial, as you do just enough.
Well, yeah. Merru is quite worn out, but still, all he knows how to do right now is his job. When all else fails, as long as he can do his job, then he can get by. So he fires again. I mean, there's really not much else to say besides the fact that the blue portal forms, electricity cracks, and Birgh is shot one more time.
Birgh falls to the ground with the last of his strength, being able to keep himself alive, though he's in critical condition. His eyes flicker to Prior for a moment, and then over to the birthday cake that you all kept safe instead of destroying. And the cake's still intact, though the candles have blown out from before. But not before my birthday cake. Oh. As he collapses to the ground. And you all have won the duel. Congratulations, managers. You have a defeated big brother, still alive, but on the ground in very bad condition. You have a bunch of little siblings, 3 of them injured, who are all watching, in silence, like they're not quite sure what to do.
Prior is bereft of any thought. There is this haze that comes over his brain, like fine details of his memory are still being chiseled into his gray matter. But he turns to the little siblings and, clearing his throat, says, "Big Brother Birgh fought honorably. It was a close match. I acknowledge his strength. We'll handle him. Get ready for the party." And Prior goes to check his pockets and finds that his ampule isn't there. He looks around the managers and says, I don't suppose we have one left, do we?
I do. Yes, Kai does. Actually, does Miix too?
Miix feels around in their pockets, feels the 2 ampules and pulls out one. I've got a spare.
Prior nods appreciatively. I know you're better at this than me, Kai, but I feel this time it has to be me. I think that means something in this moment. Prior bends down over Birgh, and I'd like to take half to inject him with a healing ampule.
Absolutely. There is no emergency at the moment. You have won. The little siblings will not retaliate, as this was a duel between big brothers agreed upon on their terms. So there is no rush at the moment, as you are able to inject him with the healing ampule.
Big Brother Birgh. Nice to have you in the land of the waking yet again. Sorry my face isn't as friendly as Doc's.
He sort of just blinks up at you and for a moment kind of mutters like, did you always have so many eyes? Oh, you did when I saw you today.
Listen. Birgh. Time hasn't changed me very much. I meant what I said earlier when I said that you shouldn't ever expect anything different from me. Because I was always jealous of your happiness, Birgh. I looked down upon you because to me, you possess something that in all my years climbing the walls of this damned city, I never managed to find. And you found it in me. Something about being around me made you happy. And I hated that I thought you had stolen it from me. But your happiness had to have come from something that should have been mine. That you were greedy, gluttonous, that you were taking from me, and I wanted to break you, to take it back. That was so wrong of me, and it is a sin I will carry with me for all the uncountable days I might have still left to atone. I hate the man that built the web, and I see him in the mirror every day when I put on my ego suit. I get ready to leave. Neo tortured me, and I tortured everyone for Neo. It was a vicious cycle, and I am so sorry, Birgh. I trapped you in it. You're just a child, and you entrusted all your hopes and dreams in someone who could never, ever give you what you needed. I wanted to reshape you, but you have proven a better man than me, because you still made yourself something far better than what I ever managed to make of myself. This place was good. You did good, Birgh. And Pryor takes out something that he retrieved from the port, that he's been carrying with him ever since he pulled it out of the same dusty locker he kept his Book of Vengeance. On my birthday, you once gave me a gift. You said that I deserved all the luck in the world to make my empire. So you gave it all to me. You went to L Corp, found one of those damnable wish stickers, printed your luck right on the sheets. I never had much use for luck, Birgh. I realize now that I have held your fortune in my hand for too long. Crier offers the stickers back to Birgh.
Birgh takes the sticker back and clutches tightly to it. His head is slightly bowed. You can almost see the tie and party hat starting to slip off. And his shoulders shake slightly. You can hear the chains rattle, but it's not his usual angry or anxious tremors. As he says, I just wanted you to acknowledge me. I wanted to create this place where everyone could go to be safe, like how the web I could be safe at night. And Prior, you remember something. When you confronted, or rather were confronted, by Dr. Doctor, you heard mimicry, sound, an alarm. That never activated here the entire time you were on the ship. Even when Birgh was charging that attack.
I was blind. The people I hurt on my quest to make something better. I thought if I kept my empire afloat, it did not matter who I fed to Neo to make it happen. You never should have needed to seek my respect, Birgh. I was a pathetic, foolish man, bereft of any kindness in my heart. And it shouldn't matter to you, but you have it now. My undying, everlasting respect. You have become such a fine young man. A big brother. Protector. Someone who makes sure that no one else has to feel the pain you felt. You're a leader. And you're more than my successor. You have stepped outside of the shadow of the path I walk and found a new path for yourself. And I am sure that there will be happiness at the end of yours. And I will do everything I can to bear the burdens of my own, so that you can know the happiness I should have always tried to bring into your life. I am sorry. I love you, Birgh. You are not my creation. And I was a fool not to see that I had a child that I should have shown so much more than I ever did. If you would have
Birgh?
this foolish old man, I will offer you my apology, and it will never be enough. But you deserve to hear it.
Birgh moves forward prior. And holds you tight, clinging to you in what almost seems to be a hug, as he sort of buries his head in your chest and says, "It's within the family you're ignored, right, Dad?
Yeah, son, they are. But don't let anyone push you around, all right? Not even your stupid old man."
You are a stupid old man."
And I'm only getting older. Thanks to you, maybe I'll be a little smarter.
You might be a stupid old man, but you're also my dad, and I'm not gonna be stuck in your shadow anymore. I have my own family here and boat here, but oh fuck. There's the sudden realization that seems to come into his face, and he goes, oh, wait, I'm gonna lose the boat, aren't I? I mean, a duel's a duel, and it's yours. I guess I can always see if there's something else I can do about it. Or we could just have a fleet.
Hey, Birgh.
Huh? Yeah?
That engine adapter. It's L Corp tech, isn't it?
Engine adapter? Birgh kind of blinks at you, and prior, you have a feeling that word is... You remember Birgh always struggled a little bit.
If this place is being powered by the Golden Bough, what if I could get you the power you needed to run this place in raw, unfiltered Enkifelin? For fuel, not for consumption.
You can use that as fuel?
With the right engine adapter, which I would have to build, but if this place is meant to be using L Corp fuel, should be easy enough.
Shit, yeah. You do that? He looks like there's surprise in his eyes, but there's also hope.
How about we make a different deal? You have access to a ship, and I imagine a lot of resources. What with how much I'm sure you're able to patrol. You get me supplies, food, water, materials. I'll leave you a list. Regular shipments. There's a spot, actually, by the Great Lakes you can drop them off in. And in exchange, I can get you all the Enkenfellen you need to run this ship.
Yeah. Yeah, no, his eyes almost seem to sparkle at that, and he's like, I can do that.
All right, then. We'll make it happen. But yes, the egg compelling you do have here should be enough to fuel the ship for at least until we can get our first delivery, provided you please move it to the fuel deck and not the buffet table.
Birgh kind of looks over at the buffet table where, some of the little siblings have already started drinking Enkefalen again, and they kind of stop. It's clear there's quite a few of them who have been trying to listen in. But they set down the Enkefalen and they were about to start drinking.
Though the ship can't get any bigger, all right? We're calling this the limit.
But we could go even bigger.
Yes. And the amount of Enkenfellen you need is going to continue to be... I think this is a good compromise.
Fine. We won't make it any bigger. For now.
All right. For now. And he taps him twice on the shoulder. Good. I'm glad. Now then, birthday boy. I think it's time that someone relit those candles. And you get yourself a slice of cake, huh?
His face lights up in excitement. He almost tries to, jump up too fast, as if he's forgotten all the injuries he has from your fight.
Easy. Pryor tries to stabilize him.
Birgh rests on you, Pryor, for support.
Now then, let's take this one step at a time. Pryor looks at the managers. And it's been a long time since you've seen Pryor smile, and he doesn't even seem to be aware he's doing it. Thank you all for indulging a foolish old man. I think it's all gonna work out from here. Why don't we all get ourselves some cake? Assuming you'd be willing to give us a slice. You can say no. It is your cake.
Why wouldn't I? He kind of blinks and looks confused almost at that.
Generous too. Don't know where you got that from. Certainly wasn't me.
I don't know. Doc, maybe?
Yeah. Sounds just like her. And Pryor will carefully walk Birgh over.
You are able to walk him over. Relight the candles of the cake. And all of you are able to celebrate and have a slice for yourself. And Pryor, you feel something begin to grow on the crown of thorns. A familiar bud beginning to sprout. As the rose returns, and managers, you're all able to stay on the boat, celebrate the party. You all have now obtained supplies that you need as well. Which means that you all will be able to return to the facility with a Golden Bough and with supplies for all the clerks and agents back home. Managers, I imagine you all have a lot to talk about with each other after what you went through on that boat, after what you witnessed with Pryor. But I think we will wait for our interval of next time. As managers, you all go back to the resort. And pick up. Actually, before you go back to the resort, I imagine you'd all make a stop along the way. Because I was going to say,
we have 2 people to pick up at the port, and 1 pick up on the way home.
Yes. I was going to say you'd all stop at the resort and then the port, but I just realized the port would be closer than the resort. As you all first stop at Marlin Port and pick up Alice and Aiden from there, you can tell that the 2 are incredibly relieved upon seeing you all. It looks like they have been outfitted in what the middle would be wearing, where you can all see Alice in, she keeps trying to, she actually has like the shirt Aiden would have on like over her where the bandage is. And she looks a bit flustered, the long silver-haired woman, as she's kind of like trying to cover herself up and clinging to him. And Aiden, meanwhile, is dressed in one of the... Well, he gave the shirt over, so he's not wearing a shirt, but he's dressed in the pants of the rest of the middle members. And you see the 2 of them very relieved upon seeing that you came back for them. You have a feeling that they're going to probably appreciate the attire back at L Corp much more than they appreciate that of the middle. They've even given them each little chain. Like, Alice has like a little gold chain necklace on, while Aiden's got a chain basically draped around his shoulders that they put on. And the rest of you all go back and pick up Yuna as well from the beach resort, who is very relieved to see you. and simply says, managers, running towards you all, and then catching themselves and kind of coughing awkwardly and being like, managers, and they turn and they see Alice and Aiden both there in those flashy outfits of the middle, and they kind of frown and they say, did you pick up more people? Is this RV not full enough?
We got everything we need, Yuna. All the supplies the facility could ask for.
I
And the
got
Golden
outvoted.
Bough. Democracy is actually a really good system.
What the fuck is democracy? Oh, wait, that thing. I don't think L Corp practices that. Yeah, just kind of mumbles.
That's kind of the problem.
Well, you know, oh my god, Pascal, why are you doing that again? Yuna kind of
Oh,
looks
holy
up
shit.
to see.
Whoa.
Prior points at Pascal doing that.
Ah. Thank you, Pascal. Very cool. We'll talk about this all. At least I expect you all to update me on whatever's happened. Yuna kind of gestures at Aiden and Alice, at all of you. I don't know what you've all been up to, and just fill me in, please.
Prior looks at Miix, to their employee.
Give me the car keys. I just want to go home.
Right, let's just go home. I mean, to your home. And all of you can board the RV into the boat and head out. And I imagine handling Aiden and Alice's transition to L Corp and handling filling Yuna in on what they've missed will be done during the intervallo, along with Prior's explanation for everyone on what happened. And as the days blend together, managers, the lift lowers you down into the earth. And give me one moment. Where did it go? As you all see a familiar face. Welcome home, managers. And that is where we're going to end this episode. And next intervallo, which will be on May 3rd at 7 p.m. EST, we will handle the resolution of what happened during that combat, the catching up of Yuna, and all of you back at the facility with Ange and everything there. As we draw an end to this episode and the end of our first of 4